Calling to order the Cape May City Historic Preservation Committee meeting of July 20th, 2026. It's currently 6:03 p.m. In compliance with the Open Public Meetings Act of 1975, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided. If any member has reason to believe that this meeting is being held in violation of this act, they should state so at this time. Hearing none, if everyone would please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Secretary, do we have the roll call, please?
Mr. Becker?
Here.
Mr. Testa?
Here.
Mr. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Pisagno?
Here.
Ms. Wilson-Schrittig? Mr. Stevenson?
Here.
Ms. Decker?
Here.
Mr. Hammerin?
Here.
Mr. Kurtz?
Okay, so this morning, emailed to everybody were the minutes from our last meeting of June 15th. Everybody get a chance to review those? I would like to entertain a motion to approve them then, please.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second.
So moved by Mr. Testa, seconded by Mr. Carroll. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Pisagno?
Abstain.
Mr. Stevenson?
Yes.
Ms. Decker?
Yes.
Mr. Hammerin? Mr. Testa?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes. Also, we received via email from our secretary an invoice. So I would like to entertain a motion to pay this bill to Chris Gill and Schwartz Law LLC for the last month's work.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
So moved by Ms. Decker, seconded by Mr. Stevenson. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Pisagno?
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson?
Yes.
Ms. Decker?
Yes.
Mr. Hammerin? Mr. Testa?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes. Resolutions for final approval as to ratify from last month's meeting. First is Cape Amida LLC, 918 Stockton, Resolution 2026-25. And then Welchman LLC, 1122 Washington Street, Resolution 2026-26. Like to entertain a motion to ratify those.
I'll second.
So moved by Mr. Hammerin, seconded by Ms. Decker. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Pisagno?
Abstain.
Mr. Stevenson?
Yes.
Ms. Decker?
Yes.
Mr. Hammerin? Mr. Testa?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes, except for Welchman, Resolution 2026-26. I need to abstain due to proximity. Next, conceptual approvals. Almeyer, 520 Elmira Street. Eastland Theater, 717 Franklin Street. And Huntington House LLC, 107 Grant Avenue. Motion to approve these?
I'll move.
So moved by Mr. Carroll, seconded by Mr. Hammerin. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Carroll?
Yes, except I excuse myself on Eastland Theater Company.
Ms. Pisagno?
Abstain.
Mr. Stevenson?
Yes.
Ms. Decker?
Yes.
Mr. Hammerin? Mr. Testa?
Yes, with abstention on Eastland.
Mr. Becker?
Yes. And then lastly, applications approved and denied in review, the list that you all see on the agenda. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve those as well, please.
Motion.
So moved by Mr.
We're
Stevenson,
very quiet tonight. Second. the motion.
seconded by Mr. Testa. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Pisagno?
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson?
Yes.
Ms. Decker?
Yes.
Mr. Hammerin? Mr. Testa?
Yes, with all but an abstention with respect to McMahon, 1416 New Jersey, and Martinstein, 101 Philadelphia.
Mr. Becker?
Yes to all except for Welchman LLC, 1122 Washington Street. I need to abstain again due to proximity. Well, we have a special guest with us this evening. On May the 13th of this year, you may recall that we had Historic Preservation Awards ceremony held at the Chalfont Hotel with maybe 100 or so people there. Quite an amazing event. One of our recipients, however, was unable to attend that evening, so I would like to present to Mr. Corbin Cogswell a proclamation on behalf of our mayor This is from the Office of the Mayor. Whereas Mr. Cogswell has been a longtime bastion, you're a bastion, yeah, of Cape May's preservation efforts as a pioneering bed and breakfast owner, volunteer at the Cape May Lighthouse, and member of the city's Historic Preservation Commission for an inspirational record of 26 years of dedicated service. And whereas Mr. Cogswell's institutional knowledge and expertise as a restoration carpenter has assisted hundreds of applicants realize their dream homes through cooperative adherence to HPC's standards, and whereas Mr. Cogswell continues his community service through his volunteering at the Episcopal Church of the Advent, therefore, Zachary Mullock, Mayor of the City of Cape May, does hereby present the 2026 Historic Preservation Commission Leadership Award to Corbin Cogswell, and encourage the public to celebrate his contributions to the City of Cape May with the same enthusiasm and dedication that he has graciously bestowed upon us all. Corbin? One last thing to mention is this is a new award, and it's called the Carolyn Pitts Leadership Award, and Corbin's name is now on a brass plaque on the wooden plaque, which is out in the corridor outside of HPC's office. Corbin, the floor is yours.
First of all, I'd like to thank the members of the commission for this honor that they have bestowed upon me. I think I got it. And I didn't do this for glory. I'm a firm believer in the 19th century philosopher Jorge Santana. He said the very important quote, "Those who refuse to learn from history are doomed to repeat it." And this, I've gone through this since I was in high school, where a few years later, Mr. Carroll went through the same school. There are some other people I'd like to acknowledge, some that have heard of, but 50 years ago, 3 members of this community bucked the trend. The trend at that time was to tear everything down and put motels and hotels up. Carolyn Pitts, who was the head architectural historian for the Park Service, and Ed Bramble worked together. They got the information to the Secretary of the Interior to get our design. Then along came Bruce Minix, who's as mayor. He succeeded the people who didn't want historic preservation, and he accepted this. And he appointed Irv Tenenbaum, who was a physician here in town, house on Columbia Avenue at Gurney Street. And he was the first chairman of the committee that eventually became this body. Another important person that was I know it's on here somewhere. But he was the one who took my idea of codifying what we had as the guidelines. They were all on printed, and actually were about as worth as much as a piece of paper, because you could go to they were not part of the code, so you go to apply your appeal to the Board of Zoning, and they would 50% of the time they turned our work down. So we then got got the guidelines codified, we received an award from, I believe it was New Jersey Historic Trust, because it was the first codified book of guideline of standards in the state, and that lasted us from 2000 till just a couple years ago when we got our new book. The commission, and I would like to thank all the commissioners I worked with during the time, because they all had the same idea to protect what we have today. The first two the chairpersons that I served under, Judy DiOrio, who was an innkeeper, and Skip Laughlin, who was an innkeeper and a builder, did a lot to firm up this. Skip got the first HPC awards for people who had done good work on their houses. Judy DiOrio had a little saying for those who botched it, they called them remodelers. Victor Benson was who I was trying to think of as chairman of the committee to get these standards. I probably go through and list dozens of people, and I would miss people, so I'm not going to try to do that. But I thank all the commissioners I worked with. And you all are commissioners. Anybody tells you you're not, they don't know what they're talking about. But because you are on a commission, you're members of a commission, you are commissioners, which is a little above just a member. So, once again, thank you all. Continue doing the good work. There's sometimes I see the work that goes through, and I'm not quite sure how good it is, but
Doing our best.
but that's all we can ask. So, you all have a good evening. Those of you who are here, good luck. The commission is, unless they've changed, they're not as hard as it sounds. So, the hardest one I had was when the Church of the Advent was doing a lot of renovation work. That's what down here, Franklin, Washington Street, and found out that with churches there are in a commercial district, even the churches have setbacks. So have a good evening.
Thank you. So you also may recall that a little more than 2 years ago, we all, as commissioners, convened for about half a day in a workshop and aligned around what is the core purpose of our work and wanted to utilize a purpose statement to state that very clearly, to set the tone for all of our meetings. So, Ms. Decker, would you please read that purpose statement for our work, please?
The purpose of HPC's work is to serve as a catalyst for guiding and valuing Cape May's historical, cultural, and natural resources in ways that inspire and unite our community to steward these resources for the benefit of all, so that present and future generations continue to express the unique quality of life and share in this place we love.
Thank you very much. So let's open it up for tonight's applications. First on our agenda is Miller at 535 Bank Street. If you could please come up to the table, state your name, your address, and your role in the project. Just so everybody on the commission can be a little bit more informed about this group. I think we've met with these folks 6 or 7 times. They've become weekly attendees at our Tuesday morning meetings, and they came before us at last month's meeting. Subsequent to that, they came and spoke with us on the Tuesday morning review meetings 2, maybe 3 more times. And They are here to present their revised application. So the floor is yours, folks.
Okay, my name's Paul Massing. Is it on?
It's green,
name-
but you have to speak up anyway.
My name is Paul Massing. I'm a contractor, but I'm the person facilitating to renovate this property, so.
Allison Wallace. Paul's helping me with this project.
She's looking to buy the,
Right.
buy the property, so. Okay. We changed the drawings to give it a hyphen, to try to make the historic portion of the house stand out and be what, be appropriate, so it wasn't subordinate, so. We did have a lot of help. We sat with the board to try to make things appropriate. We downsized the actual size, but still trying to give as Mrs. Wallace the size property that she would be able to willing to do this. So we're on the same page. We like to save this property, so we like to keep the historic value and the historic, but also we want to make it functional, so, for her family, so.
So are you suggesting that the drawings speak for themselves?
I think so, but, you know.
I would agree.
About anything, yes.
Because it's actually very straightforward from the last submission. So if that's the case, I would just like to ask, we'll go around the room real quickly. Kevin, have any comments or questions?
Kevin, just hit your, sorry.
Sorry, I thought I had. See, even when I try to comply, I get into this thing.
You got Corbin.
Yeah,
Think of you being at a rock concert or band. Just put
there
yourself.
you go. If you remember, the applicants came to the full commission last time, and one of the things that we talked about at that point were, if you make the house a hyphen house, it looks like you could probably make the addition work. If you just build it straight onto the back, that would probably be not something we'd accept. And so they came back with a hyphen house design. I think they made a good attempt to keep the front house, the historic portion of the house, separate and discrete and distinct. They are restoring the front porch, which to the historically accurate approach, which I think we should see as a positive. They've concluded the best way to do this is to separate the garage, and did that. I think at this point, they've met the requirements that we put in front of them the last time they were here before all of us, and they came back, as John said, probably 6 times at various points to try different designs with us and try to make the inside work with the outside, and I think have succeeded in that. So that's my commentary on it.
Thank you. You have any comments, B? Questions?
I have no questions.
Okay.
Maybe I've done something. I just wanted to add one thing. Is that,
Sure.
I just want to say, we also turned the addition to make it elongated, so it didn't stick out so far from the house.
Right.
The existing house, so we're trying to make that work.
Yeah, the addition is limited to 20 feet wide. Yeah. Yep.
I think it's vastly improved. I think it's appropriate. I think you're going to be much happier with this layout of your new home, and I think it's appropriate. I like it.
Okay, great.
Good luck.
I think you've done a great job since our last meeting, and I know you've been working hard with our review team, and I appreciate the fact that you guys are spending all the time working with us. But I think the end result here is fantastic. And I know you guys have a rough spot there, and you need some kind of leeway, but I believe this is really a perfect job.
Great.
This is a was a very difficult situation. A difficult situation because our standards usually required when you did additions that they not be larger than and overpower the original structure. And I think that, and I think we're sympathetic to the fact that there are some places where you start that are so small that it's difficult to do anything within the confines of keeping it small. This is a change which you've really reduced what you were doing. I hope it's adequate for your purposes in considering purchasing the property, but it is a great improvement. And I think you've taken the time, and I guess this is one of those situations where a lot of efforts get rewarded by the product. So I think you've crossed over the threshold. I was not supportive of where you were with the size before. I am supportive of where you are today. I do have a minor question. That is, and I think it's great that you opened up the front porch. Was there historic evidence that that porch was open and then
Yeah, I
closed
believe
up?
so. Yes, it was open, and we did ask to make it a little larger than what it was, just so it's more usable. I think it's only 6 feet, and we wanted to go 8 feet. So
Yeah, it makes me feel more comfortable that you're actually going back to a situation where the porch existed before as open, because it doesn't look that good closed up. And given the fact that opening it will create more space in front and give you a better view. So I'm supportive of what you've done, and I think this is about as good as you could have done under the circumstances.
I would like to say that the work that's gone into this shows that you're not here for good luck. This has been a long, excellent thing, and I really do want to thank our chairman, because I don't think even some of the members know that John lost sleep the night that you were here and sat up and did some drawings of his own, which he gave to you, which kind of got things going again. So that just shows how much the members here work. I love this little cottage, and I think it's just so great that rather than losing something like that, you want it as a home, and we've worked it all out.
yeah, and we do really appreciate John's help. So this is a big help. So.
Yeah. And echoing everything that everybody said here, you have a challenge. I mean, you have a property that's, a house that's on the property line. You have to move it over. You have to figure out, but you've done a wonderful job with the reiteration of all of this. The only question I have is, on the site plan, it shows the garage there, but I don't see architecturals for the garage. Were there, I don't know if that was part of the review committee or not,
Yeah, we
unless I'm missing them in my packet. I didn't.
I thought I did, but no. Is it still? So garage.
Was that something that you reviewed that with them, John?
No, but to be honest, like, so you know where we're at. We'd gladly come back to do the garage. The garage is more that we'd like to have a garage, especially
Sure.
if you have parking or whatever, and we would gladly let you see that or do something again. It's more square footage, make sure our zoning worked, make sure everything worked to give that to you.
This is
We just want to make sure.
It's a
we're-
conceptual,
It's
approval. It's a conceptual
Conceptual.
approval. So,
Yeah, no.
so you'll have the opportunity to come
come
visit
back
us
again.
even one more time.
Yeah, okay. Just that would be, something you'd have to satisfy and,
Yeah,
very easy to do.
We do
but-
have some drawings.
Yeah, I know.
I think the size changed a couple times, to be honest, for the footprint, to make sure the zoning worked, because we don't want to ask for any variances or anything else. We want to do what fits on the property.
Right.
So, and there was some pervious coverage, all those things that we only wanted to make it a certain size, but we felt like the house didn't have as closet space or that kind of stuff, and it definitely needs storage. So it's definitely something I think she needs, so.
In final, we would. Right, okay. Yep. Okay. It's a great question. But I think that, everything that you've done here, very good work. Thank you.
So you guys win this year's frequent flyer award. Thank you. I would very simply like to move for conceptual approval, noting that we will need zoning approval. One comment there is the deck will need to be 10 feet away from the garage. I checked that with the zoning officer, so I just need to revise the deck configuration.
May I just speak on that?
Sure.
After I talked to the zoning officer, we were thinking that we're raising the grade and stuff, so there'll be only a small deck and a couple steps, and there will be a bluestone patio or something that we believe would be in the back and no wood deck, so.
As opposed to it.
So we can keep it 10 feet from the garage.
If it's paving, it can be within 10 feet of the garage. If it's a built structure, it must be 10 feet away. So, great. Okay, so, and the only other thing that's missing then would be, for the final approval, would be the elevations of the garage and, of course, the cut sheets for the exterior wood windows. You gave us cut sheets, but it doesn't specifically state exterior wood prime, so we'll need to see that with the final. But for conceptual, you have more than adequate documentation. I would like to move that we approve the conceptual submission or application as submitted.
And you would, but you would note the two pieces
Note
that you
those
just
two
did.
pieces.
So you having moved that, I will second the motion.
Great. So moved by Mr. Becker, seconded by Mr. Testa. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Carroll,
Yes.
Ms. Pasagno. Yes. Mr. Stevenson,
Yes.
Ms. Decker,
Yes.
Mr. Hammerand. Yes. Mr. Testa,
Yes.
Mr. Becker.
Yes. Thank you very much. And enjoy your visit. Good to see you. We'll see you soon again, I'm sure.
Thank you, I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is McHugh Group. That's 1101 New York Avenue. And we have more frequent flyers arriving this evening. Good evening, folks. If you could please tell us your name, your address, and your role in the project, please.
Jackie Rennie, address for 1101 New York Avenue. I guess we are the contractors on it.
John Rennie, 1101 New York, contractors on it.
Okay, so just a little, I can give a brief summary here. There was some work done at the site that was a demolition of a deck that was unsafe that they had removed but had not submitted, the owner had not submitted an application for that. When they came to us to put additional work with regard to a patio and a new set of, well, a new garage door, but that's changed, and a new window, we couldn't approve that because we had never approved the demolition of the deck. So I believe you are here with this application in order to get the demolition approved, the window, the door, and the patio, all as one consolidated submission. Is that correct?
The window was approved, but it didn't.
That is
stand-
correct.
Right, in
Yep.
the whole packet.
Right. So what you've done, I think what you've done is you removed the whole other submission. This is one brand-new submission that incorporates everything, right?
That's right.
Is that accurate? Okay, would you like to make a presentation, or is that adequate?
I think I can keep it simple. I think I have everybody broken down simply in it. So I'll just go through it
Okay.
in order, if that makes sense.
Floor is yours, Jackie.
All right, here we go. So the violation list, which is the first packet after the application. Number one, existing multi-level deck was removed. Owner and son removed it. We came in after, but we said we would come to battle for all of this, whatever it may be. So that's part of the application, number one. That's simply put. Number two on the violation, second floor doors removed and replaced with windows. That was prior approved on 210. So I copied and pasted it there so you can see that that was already approved. It just was not scanned in the full 40-page packet. I think like half of it scanned in. So then we got that fully scanned in, and I think I submitted all that. So that should be a non-issue because it was already approved. Number three, this was our doing, the double door that was existing before we put the window in. We had approval to put a window in there. During construction, the owner pretty much was like, can we just take that door, repurpose it down below? It's a wood door that was existing.
It was a metal garage
was a-
door that was
yeah.
there prior.
A rusted metal garage door prior, and I never thought anything of it. The guys were in the middle of work. They kind of just went through it.
Yeah, and that's clearly depicted on this page, folks.
Yeah, sorry, my marker didn't come through super clear. So that existing door got moved down below. So that's definitely one we were in violation for. We were just rolling with the project, didn't think anything of stopping the job and they were there doing the work, so they continued with that. That's part of the application. The last one, we were unaware of this as well. He had his landscaper remove an existing, was it pavers?
It was concrete slab and pavers.
So he had his landscaper And when I went back to him and asked him for a permit, he said he did not do it and he was not interested in jumping in to help out. So we just said we would take care of it. He went with a smaller bluestone patio. I don't think I had, well, I guess it's hard to see, but the picture on number 3, that was the old patio. It stuck out further to the left. And he went with a smaller patio. So those are the 4 that were coming to for approval, or the 3 were coming to for approval.
On the landing. Or the stairwell.
No, we already have the approval for the stairwell, but we weren't moving forward with that until we got this.
So just to clarify, the last drawing, which is the sketch of the site plan with a 212-inch by 248-inch bluestone paver patio,
Yes.
those are the correct dimensions?
That's the correct dimensions
Okay,
of what
thank
you
you.
put in, yes. And then the specs are right before it of what he used.
So unless I miss my mark, this feels fairly straightforward to me. Even though it's, well, let me restate that. It's highly convoluted just because of all the different submissions, but the way you've packaged it in this one consolidated submission feels pretty straightforward to me. So instead of going around the room, I would just simply like to ask if anybody has any questions or comments. And if you do, please proceed.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
I see and this is very nicely done. You had to pick up some pieces, which were quite interesting.
Thank you.
But it looks like there are 3 levels here. One at ground level. To the right, you have the stairs and that door and the window. Do you have, are there going to be stairs going up to that, or what are you planning on doing
So
in that
the
area?
old door that was there, we had approval, that's now a window. He didn't want the deck there, and the deck wasn't safe. So when he was thinking about doing it, we had approval for the windows.
Okay.
So we also now have approval for a staircase. If you look at I guess the mid-level deck, it's like a big window and there's a door there. Right now, there's
Yes,
nothing.
yep, to the right.
Yeah, we have approval, but we have HPC approval, but we didn't do anything more with that until we got through this. But we have approval to do a mahogany staircase coming off of that door, a simple landing with a staircase going straight down.
Okay.
But no deck going back or anything like that.
So it's
just
it's
the-
already approved and it's gonna
submitted
land on that stone, bluestone patio.
Yeah, and that was already approved, but I don't think I brought it because I knew we didn't need to kind of go backwards
Okay.
and see that again. I may have it if you want to see it, though.
That was the only question that I had.
I'm okay.
As put together from everything that has transpired here, I have no problem supporting what you've done, but it illustrates to me 2 problems. One should know with a contributing property, you come out and get approvals where you need them and not leave others to come pick up the pieces later on. We take a dim view of work that's done without permission. And the second really is that it's really good to put stuff together in one piece so we can understand it.
Oh, yeah.
Had this been just put together in one piece, I don't think we would have had any problem.
There have been a lot of pieces.
I hope there are some lessons taken
Oh, yeah.
about, it's not so hard a process, and you know about it.
Yeah.
So it's not so hard a process to just do it right
Yep.
the first time.
Yeah.
I have a question about this window.
Yes.
So these are 4/4s. Did the homeowner put those windows in?
No, we did. We had the approval for that in February. That was, if you,
The original.
Okay, because this is a contributing house and there's no 4/4 windows in this house. So it would have been more appropriate to put 1/1s in there as for the rest of the house, unless I'm not seeing them somewhere.
no, we had the approval for those windows. We submitted the specs and everything. Sorry, I gotta get back
Okay,
out.
are you going to trim that out, or why does it look like it's not trimmed out in white, those windows?
Are those windows trimmed yet? That might have been an old picture. Yeah.
Okay, so they've since been trimmed out with wood?
I know the kitchen windows, I think they were waiting on.
Everything's
Sorry.
been trimmed out with cedar.
It's just,
What number is that, Judy? I'm sorry.
I don't know, it's not
Well,
numbered.
those windows are at
It's
the
one
rear of the
with-
house,
with
right?
5 pictures, the
Third.
page with 5 pictures.
I moved.
So I understand you're going to put a landing and stairs at this door.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And no decks at all?
No decks.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Still moved my stuff.
My question was about the
Okay.
door too, so it's been answered a few times.
Just one quick one. The door that was on the second floor and is now coming down, it is the same door. You're bringing it,
Same,
you're
yep.
not replacing it?
Nope.
Okay, then I'm
Yep, it
done.
was the same door, just moved down.
Okay.
I still don't know where I put my paper. There, of course, there it is. That one, what she was saying.
So at the risk of complicating something that's already been convoluted, you have another application into us dated the 15th of May,
He wants
which,
to add more to it.
which is to add or to replace the roof with asphalt shingles because they're existing asphalt shingles.
Oh, wait, we don't have that, and I don't know
That's,
about
that has nothing
He
to do
did-
with us.
Yeah, he's taking care of it.
It's a lot of jumping going on. So that's not your
That has nothing to
application.
do with us.
I think he has Dave Adams doing his roofing.
Yes.
So I would assume that Dave Adams is,
Okay, because this has not been approved yet, mainly because we haven't approved this project. Therefore, we weren't going to approve a subsequent one until this one's
the
approved.
only other one we have submitted a couple weeks ago, or maybe it was last week, I forgot, I sent it to 2 weeks ago. Was he wants to do 4 new things. He wants to change the old, what do you call
So
it? Skirting? No.
lattice, he has horizontal lattice, and he wants to go to the standard lattice. It's all wood too.
That was part of it, but you might not
Surrounding the
have
back.
even, we might have just put that on the back burner, or maybe it's still sitting in file until we got through.
I don't think we've seen that application yet. The reason I'm bringing this up
Yeah.
is because what I'm trying to clarify is if you look at the photograph that's in that submission, you can see where because the old deck had been removed, there were some shingles that had been removed. And this has all been opened up
Yes.
to blow. So
he wants to
what we're trying to figure out, I'm trying to figure out is what application is there for repairing that and the removed?
Did
So
shingles
there's-
get put back on?
So yeah, so everything on that side of the house where there was work done to those windows and where that door was replaced with the garage door on that wall, those shingles were replaced, patched more or less.
So the question is that in a submission someplace?
I don't know if,
I mean, it matched the,
No, you guys don't have this.
yeah, we
But
don't,
I'm-
we don't
The
have
only
that
reason
one
I'm
either.
bringing this up is because now we're looking at maybe 1 or 2 other submissions to add on top of the prior 3 that have come in, and I'm trying to get
Yeah,
some
put it all
clarity
together.
around
So
one
if there-
consolidated submission.
so if there was a shingle missing or fell off, I mean, a shingle was replaced, the same exact kind of shingle.
Okay, but you see how there's underneath
So
where the old
that's-
deck was,
Yeah,
the old deck had really functioned as a screening for the space that's underneath the floor, which is the screened-in porch.
Correct.
we submitted a new packet, but that's not it for
I know.
lattice.
That's what I'm trying to get to, is I would like to see what that's, so we can approve this.
Right, right,
But
right.
I'm just trying to understand what's next in
So
terms
so
of,
maybe we can give suggestions for what the next application ought to be, how it should be
that's
formulated.
exactly where I'm headed, please.
Yeah. Well, no, what I'm
Take
saying
over.
is now that we've worked our way through and we're probably going to give you approval for this, let's formulate how you should do the next step.
Correct.
And the next step should include the shingle situation, assuming that's your scope, in your scope of work.
The shingles will be, yeah.
Okay, so, and then the lattice can also be part of that. And it might even be so simple that when you submit that application, it can be approved in review.
We did submit it, sorry.
Okay, so
John-
it's already in, but,
And that includes the stair up to the raised,
That was already approved, sorry. I keep
No.
cutting you off.
So
Was it?
the picture that you just saw, that you just showed us right there?
yes.
That's where the stairwell is going to go right there. So that's going to essentially block, which we showed in the original submission for that stairwell.
Okay. So what I'm trying to get at is, I think that what you're hearing is no problem with what you've submitted tonight.
Right.
However, because of what you have submitted tonight, it has left some undesirable conditions on the site that we want to make sure get rectified.
Yes.
So I think that we can approve this with the condition that subsequent work will rectify what has been revealed by the removal of the screening below that first floor in the back and the removal of the shake shingle siding where the deck used to be.
So John, if I'm understanding you, what you're saying is we can approve this as final with conditions that can be satisfied, and it won't necessitate another application. Am I getting that right? So
I
you
want
would-
to ask our solicitor that. It seems like that would make sense as a supplemental, or would that be a
It
separate?
sounds like they may have already submitted it.
Yes.
So maybe,
On July 10th, we did.
so,
Go ahead, sorry.
so maybe what we could do tonight is, it sounds like this work is in the direction of, it sounds like it's fine. We can include a condition that the screening below, the exposed screening below and the exposed shingle areas, that will be resolved by separate application as a condition. But it sounds like that's in process right now, so you might,
There's more to it than just that.
Well, so
okay.
He added more.
I actually.
all right,
I
so
prefer that.
we do need another application.
Well, I would prefer that we close out this application and
Agreed.
approve this and have, but if we approve this, it would be conditional upon a separate application that would address the screening below.
Yep.
Right? The removed shingles and the stair up to the elevated door
Okay.
as a minimum. There may be additional things you want to put in that application, but those would be the three things that I think need to be addressed in that application as a condition of approving this.
The stair was already approved.
I would make,
And I understand where you're coming from as well. In additional, we also put that in July 10th.
you should put all that in one. It's, we're up to like 4 or 5 submissions for one simple project,
Yeah.
right? So let's have one more submission that has everything you want to do, unless something comes up after that, but.
He did say after this, he's taking a break. So
Okay.
I
I'm
did
sure we're
wish
glad to hear that.
All right.
End
So
of
we-
it for a while.
and it's really, what's in front of us tonight are these
Yes.
3 things that the applicants brought forth. So we need to decide as a board, what are the things we need them to address in addition to those things for those things to pass? And it sounds like we need to hear about the screening below, that was exposed by that first floor removal, the shingle shake siding that's been exposed, and then the stair to that elevated door that's shown in these photos. We need to see those items resolved in connection with any approval of what's on the table tonight. And addressing those conditions can be, hey, we got it before, here's the approval.
Okay.
Or it's, here's the cut sheet and, how, if they've been addressed previously, reference it. If it's new information, submit it. And then that is in the nature of, it sounds like minor work. So it doesn't necessarily need to come back to the board. It could go to the review committee, those items. Now, if the applicant decides that he's not done with the HPC and wants to come up with something new, they can do that. But it just, then it's a new separate.
Yeah, we want to close all
Analysis.
this out, especially because now he has a door with no stairs. And he was like, well, can we build the stairs because we have approval for it? And I said, not until we get through this. So the plan is to get the stairs done. But the only thing I think I'll have to do is the July 10th submission that I did. I don't think it has anything for minor repair for the cedar shingles to be added in that area.
Can I suggest that maybe you amend that?
Yes, that's what I was
So
trying
that you can, that last application, put the rest of the kitchen sink
Yes.
in?
Okay, so I would then like to make a
There is-
motion.
There is one more to this too that they mentioned, and that's the roof replacement.
So
Yeah,
that's
which is totally
that's-
separate.
I don't even want to bring that
Yeah, I
up.
don't
That's
even wanna
totally
talk about that.
separate. I was just using that to look at that photograph. So
Yeah.
I think what I'd like to do is make a motion for final approval of this as submitted. However, that approval is conditional upon a separate application that will address 3 things: the screening of the area exposed below the enclosed porch, the exposed siding, and the stair to the elevated door.
So I'll just reference the stair that we already have approval. I'll amend it to add the cedar and then the screenings in the one that I'll be amending anyway,
Great.
And
with a few
roof-
more.
Roof is.
Well, the roof, I don't even want to bring up the roof. That's a
Yeah, sorry.
whole other application,
Yep,
right?
yep.
Yep. So in other words, what we do have from the roof submission, which we've tabled for now,
Okay.
would you like to just rescind that, or what do we want to do with that?
Not your project, I
It's
Not
understand.
your project.
It's-
Nothing to do
yeah,
with us.
he hired he hired the roofer. We did give a price for a roof, but then he
Okay.
hired his own roofer.
So that's
That's going to go on a separate track. It's not part of your.
it's a
part of your-
totally,
Yeah, it's not on us.
great.
yeah.
So it's
Well,
a whole other application.
Probably thankful for that.
Great.
I can add something too here, not to complicate this more, but your separate application, all although it has to reference, the stair and the exposed siding and the screening below.
Yep.
As like an attachment to this.
Uh-huh.
If you have something else that
It's in
is an end tag item, you can include it in that other.
Oh, it's in there.
Just to bookend this whole thing for you guys.
We would like this to be your kitchen sink.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
consider that supplemental application
Okay.
to address these as your kitchen sink opportunity, like just bundle it in one and get
I
it
think
over
there's
with.
4 items in the one from July 10th. I'll amend it, so there's 5 items in it.
Great.
And then we'll be,
So I think what
and
Chris
I'll
is,
reference the approval for the stairs.
perfect. So what I think Chris just clarified is that supplemental application, separate application will have at least those 3 things upon which this is conditional.
Got
You
it.
can add anything else to it you want.
Okay.
Okay. Phew. All right, so,
Mr. Chair?
yes, sir.
One more reminder, lattice is privacy lattice, which means you have, for every inch opening, you have 75% wood around it, and it would be in wood.
Correct. Yep. You already
Okay.
purchased it, actually.
It's,
Um,
you purchased, but we do have the pictures and everything
And
like
that's-
that there
that's
for it.
submitted.
That's in that other application.
That's
Okay.
That's July 10th.
Did you make that motion?
So I'll repeat the motion. The motion I'm making is for final approval as submitted tonight. However, that is conditional upon a separate application being submitted to address at least 3 issues. The screening below what is now revealed from below the porch. Second, exposed siding. And third, the stair to the elevated door.
Yep.
That's my motion.
And just adding cedars out back where deck was demoed.
That's the exposed siding, where the cedar siding was exposed. That's
Please
issue number
include
2.
photos of, or drawings of the stairs and the landing, so we can look.
I
at those.
already,
It's already done it. Yeah, that's approved and done. I'll just reference it in the email and
Yeah.
I'll attach it.
I won't say that
Attach
I,
the rendering of the stairs that were approved. We'd just like to see them.
That's in a separate application.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the packet, the whole stair detail and everything, the drawing and the drafting.
won't say that I feel privileged, but I will second your motion so we can get this rolling along.
So moved by Mr. Becker. Thank you. Seconded by Mr. Testa. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Carroll,
yes.
Ms. Pasagno,
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson,
Yes.
Ms. Decker,
Yes.
Mr. Hammerin,
Yes.
Mr. Testa,
Yes.
Mr. Becker.
Yes. Well, congratulations.
See you on another random
We'll see you
Tuesday.
maybe on a Tuesday morning. Thank you very,
Thank you,
very
guys.
much.
Have a good one.
You too. Next application, Newman at 641 Hughes. I believe that we have at least one person that needs to recuse themselves from
That is correct.
this review.
And myself, I'm a neighbor.
So recusals from these deliberations are Mr. Hammerin and Mr. Carroll. So if you could please state your name, your address, and your role in the project.
My name's Jim Matthews, 1009 Shunpike, Cape May. I'm Mrs. Newman's contractor.
Rosemary Newman, 641 Hughes Street, homeowner.
Great. The floor is yours.
Okay, our application is to build a roof over an existing deck in the side yard of Mrs. Newman's house. It'll be a shed-type roof. These screens will be out of cypress. The structure will be wood, as the elevations show. There will be clapboard siding on it. We will reinstall the lattice panels that exist right now. And the roof shingles would be dimensional shingles to match what is on the existing house.
Okay, so why don't we start over here with Ms. Baldwin, if you could, please?
Sure. Looking at the existing deck and then trying to figure out how the roof is going to tie in, and then looking at that section, I'm just curious to see how, is it going to be the same pitch going straight up? Is it going to tie into the existing roof?
It will be approximately 7.5 feet on the outside and go up over the existing windows with a shed-type roof with approximately a 2-inch pitch. The existing roof, which I think has about a 4.5-inch pitch on it, I have to cut back approximately a foot or so that I get bearing on that.
Tie in.
So it will come up and then go into the A roof. that's
Okay,
on
so
the
it's
back
gonna,
of the
it's gonna be a little bit like a shed roof here, and then it's gonna,
Yes.
okay. Okay. That was the only question I had.
Well, that was a question I had from looking at the pitch of the roof. But I did want to comment that this is, of course, a contributing structure. And I think that given where the overlaying roof is going to be and whether it's going to be enclosed or not, it's only minimally visible from the street. And to me, that means that it does not significantly impair the view of the house as you see it in the streetscape. So it's, to me, a really minor intrusion because of the setback, and it's barely visible. So I don't see it as a threat at all to the visibility of the facade. So I have no difficulty with it.
Mr. Stevenson?
I have nothing.
No comments on, okay.
I was questioning, I would have liked to have seen a little bit more of an in-depth rendering of the porch and the roof, but in the back.
It shows on the original application.
Right,
That's what the roof will look like on the screen porch.
okay.
But we don't know where it's going to go. Is it going
But
to
see,
go
it's
under
not
the
as
gutter,
clear.
over the gutter?
The gutters will come off and be installed on the outside of
Of
this
that.
new roof.
So, here's your old roof. You're going
There
to,
will be, the roof will, this would be the screen porch.
mm-hmm,
The roof coming down will be there.
okay.
There'll be a transition here
Mm-hmm.
from approximately a 2-inch pitch to about a 4-inch pitch.
Probably the best depiction of it is the page right before the survey in the back. Where it says left side and then front. I think it's one more back from that, Judy. You can see like, it's a simple, it's a simple
shed
design.
type roof.
Yeah. And you're showing what'd you say the pitch of the roof was?
The shed will be approximately 2 inches. The main, or the back A roof is approximately a 4.5 inch pitch. And like I said, the gutter on the back of the house comes off and will be installed on the outside.
And so to try and visualize this, I mean, if you flip back from the page before, the left side is if you're standing in the back, looking at the new side of it. Where it says front is actually if you're standing in the side yard, looking at the side of the house. And then if you flip to the page before, it shows the street side entrance point, right? I'm just flipping on this.
Okay.
Drawings, just to give the board a sense of what you're envisioning for this.
Yes, this, I have this picture here. This is a better picture. How the existing A roof in the back, this is the side that it will come off of. In the back of the house, the left-hand side is a longer pitch. But
Where's the existing deck? Oh, I see. Oh, here it is. There's the deck.
this is
I see.
here,
Mm-hmm.
and then the shed roof will come up into there.
Right, it'll just cover the existing
This is a
deck.
better picture.
Yeah, yeah,
in
that's,
the,
that's
Okay.
Program.
Mhm.
in the application.
beautiful yard.
Thank you, thank you.
So I only have, are you? Yep. So I only have two questions. What actually is the slope of the roof?
Pardon me?
What is the slope of the roof? How many inches in 12? So standard slopes are
The
2 and,
shed roof,
yes.
I'm going to try for a 2-inch pitch.
So what do you mean, 2 and 12?
About, yes,
So 2-inch pitch across the full 15 feet, 6 inches, or 2 inches for every 12 feet? It's the way roofs are typically described as
uh,
2 and 12.
15 and a half feet.
That will not be permitted by code because shingled roofs, you cannot install a shingled roof at less than a 2 and 12 pitch. And going up only 2 inches across 15 feet, 6 inches is less than a 2 and 12 pitch. You will lose the warranty and the water will penetrate it immediately. It won't be allowed by code. Say it again?
Not if I use Weather Watch on the entire roof, which I plan on.
Aside from that, you just have to conform with whatever the pitch requirements are.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter what barrier you put under it, Jim.
it doesn't. So a 2 and 12 pitch with asphalt shingles will not work. So we can't approve that. So would you consider a different roofing material? For example, metal roof would work.
What pitch do I need for it to be approved?
So you would need to do your own research about the code, but as understanding what manufacturers' warranties are and codes for residential roofs, an asphalt shingle roof is not permitted for anything less than a 2 and 12 pitch. So it will leak.
Okay,
And actually, even if with 2 and 12, you want to do a double underlayment because water will get blown right underneath those shingles at that minimal slope. So all I'm trying to do is I'm trying to save you from some headaches, because if you try and do this, you
if
will
I
regret
install
it.
Weather Watch on this entire roof, Weather Watch is totally waterproof, and that roof will be waterproof once I put the Weather Watch on it. If you would like a 2.5-inch pitch, I'll give you a 2.5-inch pitch on that roof.
Well, so the Weather Watch is fine, but once you put shingles on it, you're putting nail holes in it, which means that it'll be penetrated.
The Weather Watch seals around the nail holes.
Okay.
I used it.
So
But isn't the real issue here, John, what is the required pitch?
what is the required pitch? And
Not the underlayment.
correct. The required pitch is 2 and 12 for asphalt shingles. So would there be another material you would consider?
Now, what I can do, I can come back higher into the existing roof to
Change.
Now, there's an
change pitch.
answer.
Yeah.
That'll work. Yep. So you just need to revise.
Still putting Weather Watch on the entire roof.
That's fine.
And you should, because it's good material.
That's fine. We would just need to see that a revised drawing showing that there's at least a 2 and 12 pitch if you're installing asphalt shingles. So we just need to see a revised drawing indicating that.
So,
Because this doesn't show that. And it's unclear what that is. In fact, there's no dimensions on here showing us what the roof pitch is that I can see.
I think we're probably good except for the pitch.
Well, there's only one other issue that I have, and that is on your materials checklist, you're stating that the siding is mineral fiber to match the house.
Yes, but we said that we would, as I told you and Mr. Hamron in review, there is clapboard underneath of it, and we plan on putting clapboard on the porch.
Okay, so we would need to have,
The porch.
that's great.
That shows on the elevations.
Okay, so, but it still says on the materials checklist, mineral fiber to match existing, so we need to cross that off and put that we're installing new clapboard siding with an exposure of, I think there's elsewhere that it says 4 to 6 inch exposure. All I'm suggesting is that we need to make sure that your submission is consistent, because what you're showing in the drawings is not what's stated in your materials checklist, so we need to make sure that's consistent.
Okay, my question to the board, if I alter these, can I come to the review tomorrow and show you that?
I don't think so.
That's a question.
Since the board,
We,
I would have,
agree
I
with
would
what the
have,
board
I would have
said.
given, I would have given you the ability to table this tonight and reformulate your application so that we could see it, because you haven't chosen a pitch yet. And you haven't, because you still, and you might do something different. And right, I don't know, to me, it seems like it's a little
I
premature.
agreed with making the pitch higher.
But we don't know what it is.
so are you saying, so here's the question. What is it that you would need to see in order for you to feel comfortable that a 2 and 12 pitch, I mean, I think we need that as documentation. That has to be
We haven't seen the
part of
documentation.
We haven't seen the documentation. The question is, would you accept that we could approve this with that as a condition?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
That's why I asked the question. I could tell that I had this problem, and actually I had to lower my decking because my brother tucked my roof under my gutter, which was a good solution actually, but I stepped down, and you can't do that. You already have an existing deck. So,
My concern was he hadn't chosen the pitch.
but I also have a metal roof, which I like, but that's
Oh,
just.
he doesn't want to do that.
To the existing roof.
Yeah.
So it's a little different construction.
It is.
I think, than what you're talking about, because he
'Cause
really has to rip some
it
things
won't,
off.
it won't tuck underneath the existing
tuck
gutter. It has to go over on top.
On top, and I
Yeah.
could see that you weren't gonna have enough pitch there, but now you're.
But if he gets it higher and up into there,
Exposed roof inside your porch,
it can be finished off, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, there's not going to be any exposed roof
yeah,
inside the
it'll be
porch.
finished off.
Wherever I bring this roof up onto the existing roof, the existing overhang will be cut off and create basically a gable end.
Right.
So it will go straight up from the windows on the porch.
It's just a tough scene. Need a good roofer.
I have no problem, Mr. Chair, if they can meet those conditions.
Okay. So I would like to entertain a motion to approve this with those two conditions: the clapboard siding and the 2 and 12 minimum pitch for the asphalt shingles with documentation submitted to the review committee accordingly.
All right, I'll second that.
So moved by Mr. Becker, seconded by Ms. Decker. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Pizzagno?
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson?
Yes.
Ms. Decker?
Yes.
Mr. Testa?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes. There you have it. So all you need to do is submit to us documentation showing new elevations with the minimum 2 and 12 pitch, how that new roof is going to meet the old roof, verifying that it's a 2 and 12 pitch. And I would put that right on your checklist.
Can we do that with the review committee?
Yes, absolutely.
And that could even be
Thank you.
tomorrow.
You're welcome. It could even be tomorrow.
Could even be tomorrow. Your review committee meets on Tuesdays.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
I got ahead of myself. I got that checked off already.
Okay. Next application, Scott Peter, Jersey Development Group, 928 Washington Street. If you could please state your name and your address and your role on the project.
Good evening, Board Chairman Scott Peter. Applicant here tonight for 928 Washington Street, Block 1093, Lot 6.03. Here tonight for a new single-family home, non-contributing.
The floor is yours, sir.
Hello. The home is a traditional single-family I designed. The goal was complementing Cape May's historic architecture, character, and fitting in with many of the adjacent homes on Washington Street. The proposed home here tonight follows many of the architectural elements commonly found along Washington Street. Some of the features I chose to include when looking at the front elevation: a full-width covered front porch encourages, of course, streetscape and interaction, very similar to a lot of the homes along Washington. A simple traditional proportioned gable roof, so we did kind of a reverse gable with a gable jetting off that towards the front. Very symmetrical window placement arrangements. Decorative porch brackets with oversized columns holding up both the covered porch and the deck below. Smooth horizontal siding, all four sides. Traditional trim details around all the windows and doors. I feel together these features create a home that reflects the historic character of Cape May, but also ties in many of the homes along Washington Street. The exterior materials I've selected for this to give the historical appearance: hardy plank smooth siding, oversized window and door trim, casings pretty much around all the doors with, or all the windows with a headpiece. Architectural asphalt shingles, dimensional shingles on both the covered porch and main roofs. and traditional wood-style guardrails and ballast doors, close picketing. Moving on to the site plan, we chose to do a brick paver driveway, or rather brick paver strip, so not having a driveway. Of course, extensive landscaping around the foundation and across in the back. We did a wood lattice underneath the decks in the void. The house is going to be approximately 3 feet from grade. Rear deck and porch. All the parking is going to be on the east side, everything hidden from street view, everything to the back. That covers a very small overview of some of the items and the layout. Happy to answer any questions and would love to hear feedback from the board.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Generally speaking, folks, I reserve my comments for last, but if you would indulge me, I'd like to go first on this one.
Okay?
You're the chair.
Okay.
You have the prerogative.
So, the question I have is a couple things. Looking at the widths of the houses along Washington Street, with the exception of the multifamily house directly across the street, the average width that based upon I didn't take a slide, or I'm sorry, a tape measure out, but I was able to scale them from an overall site plan. Ranges, it looks like, from about 22 to 26 feet, and you're proposing 24, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if we look at the next 4 houses facing, well, let me back up. This is the first house that will occur to if you're looking at Washington Street side of what was the bank site, you're dividing that
Madison Avenue.
if you're looking at it from Washington Street, you're dividing that into 3 lots
Correct.
along
So,
Washington Street?
so what's going to happen is there's going to be 2 lots that are fronting Washington Street.
Got it.
We're talking about the first one close to the existing house that
Okay.
remains. There'll be the corner house, which kind of fronts Washington, but will maybe go a little bit down Madison. And there'll be one more over on Madison. But I'm only here tonight, of course, for the first one.
Great. So you're proposing a total of 3 single-family detached houses on what used to be the bank site?
Correct.
And this is the first one, which would be furthest away from Madison? Got
Correct.
it. Okay. That's what I was hoping you'd say, and it clarifies it quite a bit. So looking on Washington Street, the rhythm and texture and context of those houses very consistently is a very simple gable front form. In one case, it's just a full gable, the full 24, actually 26 feet width. The next one, it's a little different because it has a more Gothic, I would say, steeper pitch in the middle, so it's not the full roof. And then the next one is the full roof, and the same thing across the street. So I'm wondering if we could simplify this in a way that would match more the character, I would say the iconic character of Washington Street. Washington Street is probably one of the most iconic streets in Cape May, particularly since it's where people enter and exit and get introduced to the context and historical
So
character.
just a simple A-frame.
Well, I made a little sketch.
I'll take it. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah.
Pretty simple, right? It's just a 3-bay. In other words, not dividing
Did
up.
that now?
Yeah.
You
Man,
care to wave that
pretty,
around to the rest of the commission?
Pretty amazing.
It's just a really simple, straightforward.
If I can just add something.
Who needs ChatGPT if we got Mr. Becker?
Yeah.
I
Jeez.
feel that this is a very incomplete application, even for conceptual. We don't have any photos of the streetscapes which are required. John is talking about neighboring houses, houses across the street. This isn't the whole property, right?
No, it's only, they've been subdivided, so that is the whole
So it
property
would
for
be
that
really
specific
helpful
lot.
to see what part of that property this is. You explained it, but when I got my packet, I had no idea where this was.
So he's really only submitting for one of the 3
Understood,
subdivided
but I
parcels.
still feel.
Right,
that this
but I
isn't-
mean, your narration, John, was with a familiarity of Washington Street, and you picked up the theme. And we usually require a streetscape submission, so we're able to all see the pictures
I can do that.
of what you're purporting to do.
What's around the whole neighborhood?
So
Yeah, I'm happy to do that if everybody's comfortable. Maybe give me some
Well, it's
feedback.
required.
It is. So one of the things that I think would be helpful, so all I've done here is make a very simple 3-bay, single pitched roof home where with the equal spacing of the 3 columns on the front porch. It's the prototype really for the houses along Washington Street in that block and the adjacent 2 blocks, right? And I'm wondering if that same sort of simplicity, even if we start looking at the side elevations, we can begin to, just like all those other houses where the windows align on the side elevations as well. Of course, there needs to be a couple modifications to the floor plans to do that, which I actually made a little sketch of that too.
I can work that out.
Pretty
yeah.
easy to accomplish. So where this bathroom is on the second floor, you could put, we can talk about this. I guess what I'm suggesting is, would it make sense to you, would you be open to, given that this is an incomplete conceptual submission, coming before us on a Tuesday, because this is the first time we've seen this, coming before us on a Tuesday morning, maybe even tomorrow morning,
Sure.
and we could walk through this in a way that I think you would find yourself having a much more successful time of it with the revised application, and thereby inviting you to consider tabling this evening.
I completely support that, and I appreciate that, and I'll be happy to come tomorrow morning if there's availability.
This is an application as it started for conceptual approval. What other city approvals will you be needing to do your construction?
None. This is a fully, there's no relief requested for what I'm proposing
So-
as far as zoning or planning.
So you just wanted to try out the design rather than ask for a final?
Correct.
Just so the commission knows, this is what Mr.
Kevin?
Peters this is what Mr. Peters requested when he went to the planning commission. The last thing we had seen, I think at the review commission, was a row of townhomes, and he came to planning commission, and at that point made a suggestion that he was going to go forward with 3 single-family homes, and this appears to be consistent with that.
So 2 on Washington and 1 on, okay.
And I just want a
Okay.
clarification. Is this design going to be used for all 3 of them?
No.
Because, it's a very high visibility corner. and
Correct. We had talked about in some of the meetings about doing the first one to be more simplistic and then possibly doing something a little more creative on the corner and then something completely different on Madison, which I'll take the offer of possibly coming in and chatting with you guys, before that.
So I think what you're proposing is an acceptance of tabling this evening so that we can have a discussion on Tuesday morning, one of these Tuesday mornings, and then come back to us at our next meeting with a more complete conceptual application that might be a little bit simpler in its configuration for this lot.
I completely agree with that, yes.
Yeah, or if you're daring enough, since you don't need any other permissions, even a final application.
Well, he
I'll
can't
see
do
how
that
we go, yeah.
because
But
he needs zoning approval.
You just said not.
Oh, I missed that.
Did you say that you needed additional approvals?
No, I don't. I only put conceptual for this application because I've never often made it through the
This was
first
just
time,
a
so
test.
yeah.
Test for concept and design, but if you have not,
There's no other approvals for this as far as
this is going to
planning.
take whatever course it takes, but all I'm saying is that if you do meet and the concepts flow and you.
I
get
can come
this
in for a
together,
final
you
for
could
that.
Come in with a final.
That sounds
approval.
like a great
I
suggestion.
think,
You could.
even if we table the conceptual.
You could,
Is that
but it would
right,
need to be,
Chris?
it would need to be a full
Yeah.
application with all the cut sheets of everything that's required on our application checklist, right? So I do have one question with that, in that regard, though. Has the subdivision of the current lot been approved by planning and zoning?
Yes, the subdivision's been perfected. like
Okay,
it's
so the
been
3
recorded as
subdivisions.
3, yeah.
Great. So we could entertain a final.
Yes.
Yeah.
But one of the things I was going to suggest, to Judy's point, is you're sort of having to fit this into existing streetscape, but you're also creating streetscape with this new subdivision on the corner. So what might be helpful to the board is to see, and you're halfway there, you have the plot plan with the 50 by 100 lot that you created, but seeing, I know that you're not probably ready with the other 2 designs, but just to see this in place in the context of your subdivision too, would be helpful, I think, to the board to visualize where it's going to be.
Yeah, I can bring some site plans. I just don't have anything even close. As you know, it's a bit of a heavy lift to get each site completed.
Sure.
and
And what
drawn,
all I'm
so-
suggesting is take that
plan,
however you've
yeah.
chopped it up, and then just show us.
I can do
where-
that. I can bring you the whole subdivision plan. You'll see how the houses will land on each lot.
Yeah, we don't
Yeah.
even need to see footprints of the other houses on those other two lots, just the one that
You
you're
have building
proposing.
envelopes on there.
I do.
Oh, you
So,
do? Okay.
Yeah, and that's what he has, because he wants to he got through the subdivision so that he can do buildings that strictly conform with zoning within those building envelopes, which is what
Correct.
the process that he's in now. But still, the board being able to see those building envelopes and where this fits into that subdivision, I think is just going to help visualize it.
That would be really
Yeah, I can do that.
helpful.
That's easy to do.
Great. Okay.
See you tomorrow.
So I think what we're entertaining a motion for, do you need to ask him if he's the 45-day thing?
So-
Yeah.
Mr. Peter, just to confirm, what we could do, sounds like some more information would be helpful to the board to getting to a vote on this. So if you would agree to waive the time for decision, that will keep your application in queue, allow you to transmit some of this additional information, have the discussions with the review committee. And then when you're ready, you can submit a revised proposal application, and then we can put you back on an agenda. But in order to keep you in queue, we would need you to,
Yep, I accept. I will waive the 45-day, yes.
okay.
Okay, so we have a motion to table this application. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
So moved by Mr. Becker, seconded by Ms. Decker. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Carroll,
Yes.
Ms. Pisagno,
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson,
Yes.
Ms. Decker,
Yes.
Mr. Hammerand,
I am thinking I'm close to the line of the 100 yards, and I probably have to recuse myself here.
You're further than 200 feet, Kevin.
Think so?
It's whatever you're comfortable
Yeah,
with.
well, but it's up to you.
To be on the safe side, you can recuse. That's
Yeah.
okay. I mean, we could get out there with a tape measure, but you're
Ah.
close.
Yeah, I think I should recuse.
Okay.
Kind of take a look at that spacing a little more.
Fair enough.
Mr. Testa,
So I'm next. Yes.
Mr. Becker.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
if you want to make an appointment for tomorrow, do you know what the schedule looks like tomorrow?
I have full availability tomorrow. So I have 9 a.m. tomorrow.
9:30, okay?
Yeah, I can do 9:30.
Perfect.
So we're completely open tomorrow? 9:30?
Yeah.
We'll see you at 9:30. Thank you.
Good night, thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda is Crown Castle Fiber LLC. This is the right-of-way in front of 6 Perry Street. These folks will be making 3 presentations. The second one will be in front of 104 North Street, and the third will be the right-of-way in front of 201 Beach Avenue. If you please could state your name, your address, your role in the project.
Good afternoon. My name is Jordan Fry. I'm a partner at the law firm of Snyder and Snyder, attorneys for the applicant, 94 White Plains Road, Tarrytown, New York.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Mosey, Manager of Permitting and Utilities for Crown Castle Fiber.
Okay, folks, the floor is yours. Welcome back, by the way.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to return and continue the conversation regarding our small cell facilities. When we appeared before the commission in April, we talked about the need for these sites, and at the time there were 5 sites that we were proposing, and we talked about the need for additional coverage and capacity in the area, not unimportantly for public safety, and then also for the residents, businesses, and your visitors' experience within Cape May. At that time, we heard your concerns regarding the visual impact of these proposed structures, and committed at that point to take a look at and see if there were alternative designs that we could propose for those. Earlier this month, my counterpart, the manager of construction, and I came on a Tuesday morning, met with Mr. Commissioner Chairman Becker and Member Hammerand, just to show some photo sims of other design alternatives that we could propose that would work in the locations. At that meeting, we talked through and looked at those, and 2 of the 5 sites at that time, we committed to go back and redesign as the full metal stealth decorative poles, and that was the site at Washington and Ocean, and then the site in front of the convention center. Those 2 did allow for that concept, so we will be redesigning those. The 3 that were coming to you tonight for approval, however, site constraints and available sidewalk space within the right-of-way did not allow for those types of deployment there. So we looked at, okay, what else could we offer as an alternative, and did show some photo sims. And I do have some photo sims I can hand out so you have an idea of what we discussed if you'd like. Took a look at ground furniture options, which is to have the antenna on the pole as we normally would, but then rather than have the equipment cabinet on the pole, it would show on the ground. And you can have a copy. I'll just pass these. Can pass them out. I have photos, some examples for 2 of the 3 sites tonight. And Mr. Becker and Hammond, you'll recognize these because we looked at these.
Thank you.
So while the original design on these were not initially preferred, the evaluation process confirmed that the alternatives introduced impacts of their own. The larger stealth pole design requires significantly more space and cannot be accommodated at these 3 locations, as we discussed. But similarly, ground furniture equipment cabinets introduce new streetscape elements at the pedestrian level, resulting in a greater visual presence than the original pole-mounted configuration. So after evaluation, I believe the consensus was that the proposal before you tonight represents the best balance between preserving the streetscape and providing the wireless infrastructure necessary to serve the residents, businesses, and visitors. So tonight we're asking for approval for these 3 locations using the original design presented in April.
So a couple comments. We spent quite a bit of time speaking with these folks on a Tuesday morning and discovered some things that I think might be useful to understand. The locations that they've selected for these are fairly precise with regard to the capabilities of this type of small cell wireless communication to occur. And it was a very detailed study that they've gone through. And one of the biggest challenges they face is none of this equipment can be mounted on poles that already have primary electricity on them for all kinds of reasons, not the least of which is electrical interference, right? But also putting the antenna on top. So in other words, what it means is of the 3 they're proposing tonight, only one of them is there an existing pole. They would need to install a new pole on Perry and a new pole around the corner from Beach Drive down near 2nd Avenue, I think it is, right? 2nd?
We're at
Yes,
Beach
it's
and
201.
Patterson. Beach
It
and-
was around the corner.
Yeah, right around the corner. So what they're proposing, however, for this one, which is right next to Uncle Bill's, is an option, I believe that's how you're presenting it, an option for the street furniture to have the cabinet with the Cape May logo on it, or it could be pole mounted like all the other ones. Is that what you're proposing?
That's correct. That location did accommodate the ground furniture.
Okay. So the first one we're looking at then is this one where she just handed out 6 Perry Street, which shows the option of having either the pole mounted equipment or the ground mounted equipment.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so it does show that original design. And
That's
then-
just for this first one.
Yes.
Got it.
For the other 2, neither the stealth metal pole, or the ground furniture are an option because of the very small amount of spacing that we have within the sidewalk in the public right of way. It does not allow for either of those.
Yeah, the one on Beach and the one on North Street, there's not adequate space to put the ground-mounted transformer piece. Therefore, both of those would require the equipment to be on the pole. And both of those are new poles. So the one on North and the one around the corner of Beach would be new poles. This one is an existing pole, this first one. So just to make sure we're looking at 3 different ones.
That
let's
is
start with
correct.
this one,
That's correct.
right? Okay. Okay, so
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
This is not really a streetscape question, but can you explain this diagram to me?
I think you're looking at the
MPE
MPE
maximum
report.
Permissible exposure, right?
That's correct, yes.
So And this would apply to the node that you're attaching to the top of this pole?
That's correct. Any small cell wireless facility goes through the regulatory process. One of those is to produce an MPE report or an emissions report. That is an FCC requirement. So that's part of what you're looking at there. I can tell you that from an MPE perspective, these sites and the equipment on them are running at 2% of the FCC limitations. So for general population,
You have very little power.
they're low power. Yeah, so 2% is where we're falling in the FCC limitations.
So is this not your equipment then, or is it something else?
It's a study showing the radio, the
Emissions.
the radio emissions showing that we're in compliance. That is not how it's going to look. It's scientific study showing the radio waves. They're not visible. That isn't, does that?
And that's at height, right?
Well, I know it's not visible. I guess I'm just trying to understand what this is communicating.
It's just showing to the, really it was part of the submission to the planning board that the facilities, so we went for a conditional use permit.
Right.
It's in compliance with federal regulations regarding emissions, which actually is not something that local municipalities can make a decision on. But as part of the application, we just show that we're.
I'm not suggesting that.
No, no, I
I'm asking
understand.
a question as to what this is.
That is.
That's the emissions report.
Yeah,
Because it's showing a pretty hot area up here, and I was just wondering what that means.
That's propagation. That's not
Okay.
hot in terms of any type of,
No, I don't mean hot in terms of temperature either. I'm just trying to understand.
that's a propagation map, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's a profile.
Correct.
Of the emissions seen
Correct.
at, I think at height, right? It's not.
Correct,
it's-
yes.
It's seen at height, so it's like 30 feet in the air.
Yes.
So I have a quick question. If we're looking at something like that, and we're looking at what you're calling furniture or the casing, if we don't put it at that height, what sort of emissions are you looking at?
It doesn't change the emissions at all. The emissions come from the antenna, which will always be on top of the pole.
So it's for the antenna, not the box? Okay.
The equipment holds the radios.
Yeah, the
They're not
equipment's at the
emitting,
top, okay.
yes.
So it doesn't make it, this doesn't relate to where the box goes, in other words.
Correct. That's exactly right.
That's sort of why I'm asking these questions, figure out where this
No,
stuff is going.
Gotcha.
appreciate it.
Yep.
You're gonna have a real nice time when it comes over the seawall.
Okay,
Can I comment too?
please, Kevin.
You know, just a couple of things. I think it was actually your application that caused me to go ahead and pull some other material, do some internet research. I looked at Princeton and New Brunswick, trying to figure out if there were other standards that were, kind of more helpful to me, because I am not in any way, shape, or form a physicist or a,
Even an
anything
electrical
like that.
engineer.
Yeah, electrical engineer. You're way out of my league with this kind of stuff. I will say right for the record, right off the bat, I don't like the boxes. They're not small. They're almost 6 feet tall. 5.5, I think, is about right, if I'm not mistaken. Plus, you got the 2-foot structure on the top of the pole. I think they're unsightly, and oftentimes it seems like they get placed right in front of a contributing property where, it's right in the view of the property and so forth. What I generally found was a couple of things. One is when an applicant is asking for the installation of new poles, the first question that should be asked is, do you have any other poles in the community that are not in use and not functioning that can be removed? So that's the first thing. In a sense, is there a trade, at least that goes part of this. The second was, have you explored other options like putting them on rooftops of surrounding buildings, Congress Hall or something like that, or the Marquis de Lafayette? And, generally speaking, the companies don't really like to do that. They just don't, it incurs some liability and some other things. And so it's just not something that typically they'll offer, but it becomes a question of, does the city want to put together in its regulations something that, requires that, if it's possible, to negotiate with a surrounding property or something like that. So we've got some work to do on the regulation and the standards, I think, is what that just told me. I listened to the proposal. I mean, I can't find a better solution. If there's any way to camouflage the box in some way, I would suggest, we look at that. there are, other things that people have done to try to make them look like almost something else on the pole, but they don't, they look kind of cheesy to me, to be honest. So I guess I would just say this is sort of the best of what I would consider to be bad options.
And can I add?
My two comments.
Just to your comments, I just would like to add, as to the size of the cabinet, the FCC does allow for 28 cubic feet of volume. We have chosen an equipment that is 14.9 cubic feet. So we did reduce the size to what was needed at this location. And as far as, I do want to say that, though, that was taken into consideration to
I agree
reduce the
with you
size.
that more poles and more poles that are unsightly are not great to look at. On the other hand, looking at this particular application and this particular location, if I'm correct, what I see is a big traffic control box for the street traffic control next to it. So at that ground level, in my eye, a box of that size with a Cape May logo doesn't make things any more offensive.
I agree.
So
Yeah, that was one of the thoughts, was that you could put, a control box on the ground, and you could use it for some other purpose, like a wayfinding, item or something like that. In this case, it didn't seem to really, improve the situation materially. I guess I can't find a better answer or solution without.
I believe I asked at your first presentation, when you were here last, if you had done research for possible location in alternate places that would give you the satisfactory signals. If I'm recollecting correctly, you said you had done that research.
That's right.
Yeah, and we spoke about that when we did meet during the open hours, and that is a very small move on one of these small cell sites can create a large impact. So they're very carefully chosen, looking at, from an RF and engineering analysis, looking at the gaps in coverage, where capacity is needed, pedestrian vehicle traffic, looking at signal propagation, looking at distance from neighboring facilities not to interfere with towers. So when you move these, it makes a big impact. And I guess that's what I want to convey. These smaller ground, we call them, they're closer to the ground than obviously a tower would be. But their serving radius measures in hundreds of feet rather than miles, which is totally different, which is why any shift is impactful. So I can say that these are chosen for where they're needed.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Have you ever co-located these on buildings, existing buildings in the United States?
Judy, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Have you ever co-located these on buildings? I mean, I just came from Amsterdam and Belgium, and they're co-located on buildings there. They're not on poles.
So that would be I'm sorry, go ahead.
Testimony was that this was the result of the required survey that required I mean, it'd be nice if there were a building there, but I'm understanding that to achieve the result, the coverage that you need, you've looked to see if there were alternative places where they could be placed, and you've come to the conclusion that your testimony is that there aren't.
Yeah, so two things I'll say about that. Yes, the very specific locations have been chosen where they're needed. The deployment that you're speaking of, we would call a venue or a macro deployment. To have a rooftop is different type of equipment. In some cases, the rooftop deployments can interfere with towers, which is why the small cell pole mounted equipment is preferable. And then also, we are a public utility working in the public right-of-way. So we are looking for a path forward in public right-of-way. So I'll say those things are all factor into the decision for application for small cell wireless.
So the answer is no, you've never co-located these on buildings.
Not small cell. No, small cell is for utility poles.
Yeah, we had this discussion also at our Tuesday review meeting. There's some significant contractual issues when you start thinking about putting them on private property as opposed to in public rights of way that make it pretty much not possible for these guys to be able to do what they want to do over the long term. Because you would have to, well, you can explain that.
Yeah,
please?
I mean.
We asked the same questions on Tuesday morning. No, but to mount them on buildings is a whole other thing, so go ahead.
Yeah, and that would be a lease agreement with a private property, which for the towers, that is warranted. For a venue, we're on private property. If we go into a stadium and we put equipment in there to enhance capacity, that is, a different type of equipment, different deployment. So for this, we're looking for we believe from an RF and engineering analysis that the small wireless is going to be the best path forward.
Well, that's there's an existing pole. Though.
Yeah.
Well, just to give you the example, I mean, again, this is showing my own inadequacy in this.
So-
Marquita Lafayette is right there, right?
Yeah.
So, in my immediate reasoning, my thought was, well, why not put it either on the face of it or up on the top of it or someplace? And in fact, getting it higher, you would think you would have broader coverage. It doesn't work that way.
It doesn't produce the signal profile that
Right.
they think,
Correct.
that they testified is needed. That's the issue.
So I do have a question, though. By the way, thank you for offering the alternative of the box, the ground-mounted box. I think we need to have a discussion about what we all think of the ground-mounted box versus the pole-mounted box. But before that, just to clarify, I'm trying to assess the degree to which the rendering matches or not drawing 4 of 10, which actually are the elevations of the pole with the antenna and the box on it. And I'm asking a very specific question, and that is items M and G, which are the cables and the meters. I don't really see them here. Is that just simply because they tend to disappear on the other side of the pole?
I believe so. They should be under the shroud.
Okay. So so basically it's the antenna, the shroud, the cables, and the meter.
Yes. Yes, as it's shown on the plans will be how it's
So the
it's
question I have
constructed,
is,
yeah.
the only thing that disturbs me a little bit about the elevations, looking at them now more closely on page 4 of 10, is those exposed cables between the structure below the shroud and the meter. Is there, I mean, they kind of look like they're just dangling there. Is there a way that those can be mounted in a way that they appear more permanent and fixed and, I'll say, ordered?
Yes, they will have and I'm trying to think of the word, the protection over them.
They will.
As in conduit?
So it'll be a conduit cover?
Like yes,
in
there'll be a
conduit.
cover over it.
Okay. And the conduit cover will be made of what?
Well, that's a good question.
The same material as the shroud box, I guess is what I'm asking, or the
Yes.
meter
It
box?
should be metal, yes.
Okay, so it's either going to match the shroud box or the meter box, and it'll be some sort of metal conduit cover.
Yes,
Is that
that's
correct?
correct. That's correct.
So I guess then that satisfies my concern about I would say, lack of visual desirability of those exposed cables. So then I would like to open up a discussion with everybody about the preference or not for the ground-mounted box. For only this first application, it's not being proposed for the other two.
Do we have the size of that box?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Size?
Yes, that's on the plans. Hold on.
For the ground.
It's,
Oh, for the ground, that's
the ground.
So it's really the same box that we use on the pole, but we're able to put that on a plinth, basically.
It's 5.5.
It's the same
high,
dimensions, yes, that's correct.
But I think it was like 18 inches.
It's the
This
very
looks a
same
lot bigger than
dimensions.
18 inches. That's the only reason I'm saying that this looks, I mean, if it's 5.5 high, it's probably 4 wide is the way that this looks. It's not dimensioned here, so
No, that can't be
not a
5.5 high.
box, that's-
It's a completely different configuration.
I think it is.
Yeah,
I think she was just referring to the cubic capacity of the box.
correct.
and
Well,
not
not
the-
so much that, but looking at this in the proposed photograph, it looks like it's more of a square
Right.
here.
The elevated
Slightly,
piece
but-
looks tall and skinny, and the box at the ground looks
Yes.
lower and fatter.
Yep.
Well, whether it's
It
wall
does not appear to be
mounted
the same
or
box.
pole mounted or ground mounted.
And it may
it's
just
still
be
on
the photo
pole.
sim, but in,
And so Yeah, I'm sorry that.
No, that's all right.
Please go ahead.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. It may just be the way the photo sim was done, but
So the actual size of this is going to be the same
well, we're here tonight to ask for, approval for the existing design, not ground furniture. But if you want to open up the discussion for ground furniture, that's fine,
So the only reason I'm asking that is because I wanted to hear other people's opinions. Mine is that the ground mounted box, I think, may represent a safety issue. I'm thinking about little kids crossing the street there with their bicycles and tricycles and being hidden by that. So that's something that, even though I think it's potentially aesthetically acceptable, I have some safety concerns about it.
I was going to say, if you could tell me that you could put that box over, like, close by the flagpole, in some sort of a gardening area, whatever, and, put it in there that it looks like I don't know what you call it, maybe a monument or something like that, that would be better than having it where it's shown on the drawing because of John's concern. I think that's very real. Kid riding a bicycle comes out from behind that and, goes right into traffic. But the second part of that equation is still that you need the pole for the piece on the transponder or whatever it is on the top. So, I think the objective really should be to get rid of the pole altogether, as well as the air-mounted box, and, create something on the ground that works. That isn't really in the way the technology works, though.
No, and this is an existing ACE pole, so that's going to be there regardless. But in a couple of things, I just want to comment based on your thoughts. If we would go back to the flagpole, I believe that's private property. So that's taking us out of the public right of way.
Do you know the distance between the pole and the Uncle Bill's flagpole?
I don't know the distance off the
What
top of
I'm
my head.
concerned about, or what I'm asking you, the reason I'm asking you is it possible for you to build a flagpole with the radome on top, the box below, away from the corner, so that it doesn't interfere? I mean, personally, as aesthetics, I like your ground box better than I like your box in the air, but I'm concerned about the safety features. I'm also concerned about, have you considered the elevations of where this is on Beach Avenue and the base flood elevation at that site?
I mean, our preference would be to have the equipment mounted on the pole, certainly.
Yeah, but I'm wondering, why couldn't you do a radome or antenna on top of a flagpole and make it look like a flagpole with equipment down below? Or is that just too far-fetched?
I think
too far away?
from a structural capacity, you would need a wider pole, a wider metal pole than what would be viewed as a flagpole.
35-foot pole, so how wide do you need?
In this instance, we're replacing the existing pole.
Around the box,
Right.
but
So, and then there's a flagpole right behind it, so I'm not following.
What I'm
That's on
saying
private
is-
property. We can't require the private property owner to remove
Oh,
his
okay, that's the private
flagpole.
property issue. That's
Yeah,
the issue. Sorry.
So there's an existing pole there is the
Yeah.
point.
No, I
This
strayed
application.
from private
That's correct.
property.
Yeah,
That was
for
the
this first
problem.
one, yes. Mhm.
So
I didn't
just
want you to build a flagpole on the corner.
Hypothetically, if there was a location that was in the right of way, have you ever done anything that replicates a flagpole?
Not
No.
to my knowledge.
Okay. I only asked that question just because it appears in the
Yeah, so
picture. I wasn't asking if
So
it was
let,
possible.
I think it's important to make a couple comments here. All of the, I'm really glad we all had this discussion because it's almost the same discussion we had Tuesday morning about a month ago. And they have agreed that they will revise the design to accommodate a more historical context in 2 of the 5 locations. Those 2 locations are directly across from the Washington Street Mall entrance at Ocean. And the other is, actually, it was going to be right in front of the old Beach Theater. They agreed to move it across the street. Paul was there. We had that whole conversation where Paul would be able to work with them in order to make sure that the equipment is outside of the floodplain on the other side of Beach Drive. And in both of those locations, using a modified version that looks more like a lamppost with a large base. The problem with the large base is, in order to fit all the equipment in it, the diameter of that base is about 36 inches. There's no way that'll fit in any of these other 3 locations and still allow for pedestrian access, nor would it fit in front of on Beach Drive in front of Beach Theater.
Except on the other
Except on the other side, because the sidewalk is too narrow, and you wouldn't have ADA access past it because of the diameter of it in order to make it look more like a street lamp, which they're willing to do.
But you did see those,
We did see those.
and you like them.
I think they would
Preferred
be
them.
acceptable. I can't speak for you guys, but that's why they decided to come for these three and have the other two modified ones at a future date so they can move forward with these
Okay,
three.
thank you. I didn't, that's
what the-
edifying for me,
Yeah, yeah.
thanks.
And once we finalize the design on the other two, not to go off topic, but we'll come back to you on a Tuesday and show you the photo sims when those specs are complete.
So just to conclude where we are, or at least a synopsis of where we are, you may recall that the reason this is back before us is because the Planning Commission asked us to look at this. There were 5 locations, and they said, hey, wait a minute, based upon the ordinance that our solicitor had written last year, I believe 2 years ago? 2021. Wow, 5 years ago. Is to really take a look at these, and I'm really elated that we've had this discussion. I would like to move that we approve this application.
Which choice of?
First one, with not the ground-mounted box.
I grudgingly second it.
So we have a motion by Mr. Becker, seconded by Mr. Hammerin. Roll, any further discussion?
Yeah, I would just like to say that, considering the scope of our purview, we're only concerned with streetscape, pedestrian experience, the historic fabric of the town. And I think that having strictly the pole-mounted one as opposed to that box provides a better pedestrian experience.
Okay.
Before motion, I know there's discussions that I have missed, but why do we actually have to have these? What great study wasn't done by people who are going to make money out of it are telling us that it's a necessity. I mean, we all walk around town and get good reception, and, I don't see any pole going up at the Coast Guard base, and I get perfectly reception over there.
Mr. Carroll, I would lay this 100% at the feet of the federal government because they have enacted regulations to promote the deployment of these, and municipalities have had to react by doing the type of thing that the city did and many other municipalities have. Some have no system whatsoever. They come in and they apply for a construction permit and they cite FCC regulations that say you're under a shot clock. We have a specific ordinance that recognizes the federal regulations, but also the counterweight to that is, well, it's not as if regulations get thrown out the door locally, and we have a Historic Preservation Commission. So I think it's because the federal government has enacted regulations.
There's this
to
thing
employ
called the
these.
Supremacy Clause, right? And it's a federal.
Are they
it's fed-
designed to
it's federal-
replace
it's
cell
federal.
towers?
No,
Potentially?
these are
just
these work to
augments-
enhance cell towers. So when there's too much traffic, too much capacity in the summertime, they'll offload traffic to maintain coverage.
We need them, Tom.
There is a need here. That's why the carriers want these. They know that there is a hole.
In addition, the use was also approved by the planning board as well. So the use of it itself is.
As a conditional use, which is the process the city set up so that there would be this type of review and there would be this struggling with where the box goes and how's this going to look and can we do a flagpole instead. This is exactly what city council wanted the boards to do, to try and find the least worst option with this stuff, because we want to reduce visual clutter, not trying to throw the applicants or their council under the bus with this monologue here. But what I was going to say is there was 5 applications. It probably would have been ideal if we saw the lamppost option first before we got to these 3. But what the applicant's representing tonight is these 3 on the table tonight. It's a node with a box and a bunch of equipment. They're gonna cover it as best they can. Maybe the lamppost or the hanging equipment is better than the box on the ground. They provided that option just for discussion purposes. But it sounds like we're going to hear in the future, near future, 2 additional, 2 of the other 5 that's not before us tonight. But that's going to sounds like it's going to be a little bit more of a creative solution to what we're looking for, where the area is going to accommodate that. Is that?
That you're absolutely correct. And I'd also like to offer, I know you mentioned about the equipment, that we are certainly more than happy to wrap the box on the pole with any design you might like, any color that you would like to see it in, if you would like, as we showed on the ground furniture, any type of a signage, we're happy to do that to camouflage. So you just need to let us know what you'd like to
Motion
see.
been seconded? And we talking?
I know.
Yes.
There's-
Okay, so maybe.
Unfortunately, there's no wireless
This is-
facility that's invisible, but
Right now, it's painted to match the pole.
generally we do, it's called National Park Brown. It's the same color as the pole. And when I go to, many jurisdictions, these things hide in plain sight. They really do. You don't really notice them, as you're driving down the road. But we're certainly happy to make them any color you'd like.
These are great. Thank you very much for this handout. These exhibits help me to really visualize it.
So
only
we have a
thing I-
motion on the floor and a second.
Can I make one more comment? The only thing I could come up with, and I'm sorry, I'm going to add this kind of in the 11th hour, was, since it is a 5.5 foot box roughly that's sitting on there, the only thing I could think of was if you put some kind of a pendant like material on each side of it. So now it looks like it's a hanging pendant with the box between, the two pendants. That's the only kind of a camouflage that I could think of, because I've seen poles that are used they look like almost like a bird nest on top of it or something like that, and they're not, and there's ones that look like a tree on top of it, and that looks stupid, and on and on and on. So it really has to be something that either works.
This is
for
a
this city
rock.
or
This is a
doesn't.
rock and a hard place.
It is.
And we are never going to get this to the point where we think it is aesthetically pleasing.
Right.
And
As I said, the only way
I would like to say before we vote that I think that aesthetically, I liked the ground thing with the logo on it, but I weigh the safety concerns you all have mentioned about blocking views at that. And I also am concerned about the fact that we have this little thing called flooding.
Yes, we
to
are as
me
well.
means that your ground box is in substantial jeopardy, no matter how much we improve the flood protection
Yeah.
on Beach Avenue. So I'd rather have you not get flooded with your antenna. So I'm going to support the motion that's been made to the.
So one more question before I finalize the motion. I know I already made a motion, but you said something that I didn't realize, which made a little ding go off in my head. You're saying that the shroud components and the conduit and meter covers can be painted any color we want?
Not the entirety of the equipment, but that shroud, the box.
Shroud.
If you'd like that to be wrapped. It's a vinyl wrap that can have any design you'd like on there.
So, boy, I'm not sure. It's a guy.
So now I'm going to come back to that question. If you put on that, on the side of the box, something that says Cape May, 150th anniversary or something like that, whatever.
No.
Are you back on the ground?
I'm actually
I'm
very
talking about
concerned about the vinyl wrap. I've
pole,
seen those
like a
deteriorate over time, and they start to look really ratty over time. I don't think that's a great idea, guys.
It's not going to camouflage it.
It's not.
Might draw attention to it, which is why we go
Guys, the problem
usually
with
National Park
camouflage
Brown.
is that it usually backfires. It looks like you're trying to camouflage it, right?
Well, so again, we made the motion. The motion is for the elevated box on the pole.
It is. But I just want to clarify this last question, and that is, you said you could wrap it with vinyl, but is the color of the shroud itself a variable that we can have choices for?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Well, I would like to revise my motion to say, I'd like to move that we approve this application for this location with the pole-mounted equipment, pending only a choice of color for the shroud
Okay, sure.
that you can bring before us at the review committee.
Is there a color that you have in mind?
I don't.
Well, since this commission really doesn't often busy itself with color choices, so
It would be,
Remember,
let me ask you this. Are there a limited number of options that you could bring before us and show us what the options are? Or is it like an infinite number of options?
It's really any swatch of paint, that you.
So it's a paint color.
They'll blend the paint.
So, but is it powder coated paint? I guess that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yes, I
Powder-
believe so.
So it's
So
powder
I
coated.
do have, I can show options of what we've done in the past.
I'd also offer just one other caution, and we were talking about both the box and the conduit being made of metal, and now we're talking about colors. But I don't know how many installations you've made on the coast, but you do realize we have a high saline and salt
Yes,
intrusion and
yes.
corrosion issue. And if you're talking steel, then you're going to have a corrosion issue sooner rather than later. Just bear that in mind. I would have thought you'd been using something like PVC, but again, your choice of the materials.
So my personal sense is that a lighter color would be more preferable than the darker color to match the pole, because I think it would tend to disappear in the lighter color of the sky. But it would be really fun to see what options we have.
I'd be willing to delegate the choice of that color to our review committee or any other committee you'd like, as long as we move ahead with the motion.
Blue-green colorblind.
Kevin's colorblind.
I'm only saying that it seems to me we're into this
But-
little
okay.
eddy of color.
All right, so I don't want to get,
Chairman?
Just to be,
yes, please.
Just one more thing, just piggybacking on what you just said as far as the actual construction of this. I don't want to see rust kind of running down on it. So I'm
Right.
wondering, do we discuss?
I mean, we're really famous for both zinc and galvanized disappearing
Yeah.
within a very short period of time.
Yeah.
Okay.
so this company has definitely installed small cells in shore towns. So what I would say is let's continue with the motion if possible. But the cover for the cabling, it might be PVC. We'll have to double check it, or that might be a better alternative.
That might be a better
And the
alternative.
paint color can be determined
I'll
with
tell you
at a
about
work
I'll tell you
session.
about a really expensive alternative.
That'd be great.
like 316 stainless.
Okay,
That's another-
so let's make one last revision to the motion. The motion is to approve this application for this location with the pole-mounted equipment as presented, with the condition that the material and color of the shroud be approved by the review committee.
And the cable.
And
Tray.
the cable be covered with some sort of conduit
Cable cover,
cover.
yeah.
Yep. Whew.
Second.
Are you still seconding that, Mr. Hammerin?
If
Okay.
that motion needs a second.
It has
because
been
it's
seconded.
revised,
Thank you.
that's-
So moved by Mr. Becker, seconded by Mr. Hammerin. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Carroll?
Well, with a gun at my head, I will vote yes, but I really hope we can table the other two and experiment with this one and see what kind of reaction and what we can do to improve it. So I am down as a yes.
Ms. Pasagna?
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson? Ms. Decker?
Yes.
Mr. Hammerin?
Yes.
Mr. Testa?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes. Motion carries. Moving on to the second location, which is 104 North Street. I would like to pass this around to everybody to look at, because one of the things I was concerned about is the exact location of this. They have precisely located this. It is within a foot of where the concrete sidewalk on North Street between these two properties changes from that to Bluestone. Very precisely located. And I would like to point out that both of the structures in front of this are non-contributing, particularly one of them being a multifamily structure of condominiums with garage doors right on the street. So I just want you guys to see the context within which this pole is being proposed, okay? So essentially, this is the same issue, all the same issues, except there's no alternative for a ground-mounted box. And the second is will require a new pole, correct?
That's correct.
But the same issues are at play with regard to the material and color of the shroud box and the conduit covers, yes?
Yes.
Is there anything else you'd like to say about this second application?
I don't believe so. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Questions, comments about the second application?
So it appears we have one for the next upcoming one, for the 201, but you don't have this color rendition for,
I don't because I had no alternatives to offer when we met.
okay.
So
I'll
I,
just look at
there
that
was
then.
no comparison,
Okay, thank you.
photo.
To your left.
Location.
But it's going to be the exact same type of deployment that you see at the beach in Patterson. So it would look just like that.
That's shown right on their plan.
Just to confirm, and it looks like it's on the plan, but the pole's going to be in the unpaved portion, right? It's not going to be.
Correct.
That's correct. It'll be in the grass strip
We have
there.
a bunch of those poles that are just a nuisance in the city, the poles that are in the middle of the sidewalk. Thank
Oh,
you.
no, this would be grass strip,
Thank
yeah.
you for confirming that.
Yeah, in fact, it's showed, the drawing that shows it.
Oh, okay, okay.
1 foot from the joint there.
Doing north now?
It's not it.
This is,
Yes, there it is.
It's the outside of the curb.
Correct. Yep. But there's another one that actually shows where the curb changes from concrete to bluestone. It's within a foot of that. It's like right there, which is what that photograph I brought is, so you guys can see the context. All right, so any questions or comments about this application?
I'd like to comment that with the proximity of these three poles pretty close together, that it would at least take 15 to 20 poles to do the whole city to give the kind of coverage if we need that many in this particular area. For the rest of the town, the Coast Guard base, West Cape May, you're going to need poles all over the place.
these 5 are the only ones being proposed right now that have been identified as coverage gaps by our carriers right now. That's not to say in the future there could be a change, but we only have plans for 5.
Why are these three just so tightly together in one area of the town?
I think because of the density in the high season for coverage and capacity, I'm not privy to the ins and outs of the RF engineers' reports, but
I
these are
will
the
say this, we had a long
locations that-
conversation about this a month ago on a Tuesday morning. Tom, I was asking all the same questions. And the science of it is science that I'm not a physicist, I don't understand. But what I do understand is that they did a pretty careful survey of where these could go, what the density needs to be, where there's interference with other frequencies, where it will not be able to be because of primary electric cabling distribution. And these 5 locations were the 5 locations within pretty close proximity. Like we could move the one across the street from Beach Drive. Is that fairly accurately describe what you
Yes.
guys presented to us? I mean, we had about an hour-long conversation, as I
Yes,
recall.
it is.
I'll ask this a little more directly. Right now, you're not aware of any impending additional applications based on shortfalls in reception, are you?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay.
With your company, correct? Was there other companies that do this?
That's correct. One of the things about Crown Castle that is beneficial to jurisdictions is when we build one of these sites, these are built with the intention and the ability to co-locate over multiple carriers. So we may build this site for T-Mobile, but once we're here within this existing shroud, Verizon can come and add their equipment without any additional impact.
range-
So
I'm sorry, go ahead, finish, please.
no. So
Dan.
it works for multiple carriers rather than propagation of these all over.
Right, but I'm speaking, this is the shroud, you can actually have T-Mobile, AT&T, all of
That's
the different-
correct, yes.
within one. I
Yep.
understand that, but you're not the only company that actually installs this and does these surveys within the city of Cape May. There might be additional companies similar to Crown that would do something like this. Am I correct?
I'm not aware of any others other than the carriers themselves that will try to propagate, try to self-perform, we call it, if they would come to you. But go ahead.
It's also more cost effective for the carriers to share one location
Sure.
than to build 3. separate ones, which is, you know, significant.
Right, but I think what some of the questions were, like, you have three in a pretty close proximity, okay? And you're saying that, okay, that was what your company realized that they needed the coverage for.
It's what the
more, it's
carriers
more of the
realize.
carrier. So in a higher, more dense location, the carriers are going to determine that they need more capacity for their service. So in this dense location, that's where these 3 poles are proposed.
I
Are you
see
the primary,
hotel areas
are you the
being-
primary carrier, a primary construction and installation outfit for these carriers? For carriers in general, with respect to these kinds of installations?
I believe so, other than the carriers self-performing, doing it themselves, yes. I
So-
think
so you-
Newcastle
I'm not
is.
sure Lorraine was done.
I'm just, again, knowing the density of the area that you're looking at, to me, it's more of a residential area. North Street's more residential. The only large hotel that you really have is Congress Hall on Perry. You go down to Second, it's all residential condos. I don't know. To me, it just doesn't make sense. You're saying that this is the most dense area. To me,
Only in that's a contributing factor, but the existing coverage coming from the towers may be sufficient in those other areas. These are the areas where they're finding a shortfall.
so
when
we
you
do
have-
okay, so we have on our water tower, then maybe that, okay, I'm piggybacking on what you're saying then. On our water towers, that might cover that area where we think it's a little bit more dense.
Yeah, so
Lorraine,
it's
I
not just density. The towers may be able to handle, but whenever if you have towers next to each other, there's always small gaps in between. So there could be gaps in coverage.
Okay.
And then you could also have coverage, but just you have so many people trying to use their phones at the same time, trying to access bandwidth at the same time, that it weighs down, and they need these small cells to offload some of that traffic,
We just
just to
don't wanna
keep
see-
everybody moving.
We just don't want to see these, like, I mean, now they're going to be on every 2 blocks.
I don't think
Yeah.
that's.
I don't
that-
think that's the
not-
intention here.
That's not the
No.
intention, and most likely not an accurate statement.
Well, I think, Lorraine, to your point, actually, there was, in that research they did, what Princeton noted was they had people wanting to put up literally a pole within 5 feet of another pole. And the question was, well, why do we need to do this? Wait a minute. Well, it's 2 different carriers, and one of them doesn't have a co-location agreement and won't co-locate. And now the other one is more than willing to co-locate, but since they can't get on the other pole, they're having to put up their own pole. And you say it's cheaper to put up, to co-locate than to put up a pole. That's only true if that's the philosophy and the intent of the company. So, that's where the regulation and the standards come into play, with the city regs, which is you don't come here if you're not willing to co-locate or something like that. So it's not necessarily these guys that are the problem. It could be somebody else, one of the individual carriers who just says, we like having our own boxes. We don't want to fool with interference. We don't want to have other people, in the box, maybe messing around with our equipment. So we won't co-locate. Well, that can't happen. I mean,
Well, we have the ability to, the next time somebody wants to come in and do that, to say no. We have that ability to say, no, you're not going to install
You've
another
got a
box.
pole
I think you
nearby,
guys
you
explained
have to
you
ask
can
that question.
accommodate 4 different carriers in your shroud, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I think the shroud that we're proposing right now can accommodate 3.
3, okay.
And it depends. It depends on the equipment
There's
and
3
the
major carriers.
radios, the size radios. There's a lot of different flavors that a carrier can put in.
So one of the answers, Kevin, to the point you raised, and Lorraine, is that if there begins to be more applications that look like a forest of poles coming up, that is going to be detrimental to the streetscape, and they're not going to get approved.
Correct.
That's I think where I go.
Correct.
But the answer the company may come back with is, well, here's all the reasons why we don't co-locate, and they all sound logical and reasonable, and they can, that's the piece we have to be, I think, on
They're
guard about.
not going to get my vote.
Yeah, I again, I'm not an engineer. I don't know. Maybe there is technical reasons why they shouldn't co-locate. I don't really know.
Well,
that. But I think that's the risk we're running, is that we have this.
But these guys wouldn't be in business without co-location. That's your whole business,
That's our
right?
business
model.
model, yeah.
Right?
And Crown serves all 3 major carriers
Yeah.
of a relationship.
Right.
When I worked for 18 years for a large municipality and a rural municipality in Bucks County. And we had this problem with the towers because people didn't want to locate, this is before these came in. And actually, we put up our own tower and rented, we made quite a bit of profit on that cell tower behind our building. But that it's true that the companies do not like to co-locate. They always want to build their own facilities. And right at the end of my, we were dealing with these in 2018 there. And it wasn't Crown Castle, it was someone else.
I've been doing this since 2007, and while they're competitors in the industry, they share the towers and small cells. Often that's what they do because they all save money and by doing so. So from a competitive standpoint versus the foundation of their network, that they're often co-locating on the same structures, and often municipalities require that, as this municipality does.
These structures.
Both.
But you said you can only accommodate 3 in these boxes.
There's only 3 major carriers.
Currently.
Who knows? They may put 4 into your system. It's not technically impossible.
We have with larger boxes. I'm talking about this 14 cubic foot of volume. With 28 cubic foot of volume, you can get 5 carriers in there. That's not what we're proposing.
Just to be clear, too, one of the reasons we enacted this ordinance that we're referencing is that it does contain standards for erection of new poles and small wireless facilities. And just to reference the basics of those standards, no pole shall be erected in a right-of-way unless it is A, replacing an existing pole, or 200 linear feet from any other existing pole, proposed pole along the same side of the street. They wouldn't be here unless they made that presentation to the planning board to comply with that condition, because it was a conditional use
That's
application. So my point in bringing that up is some towns they don't have anything. It's a free-for-all. You come in for a construction permit, and some town, you can put up whatever you want. But, if there is a competitor that comes in and wants to do something, they can ask Crown Castle how easy it was to get a permit here. I mean, it's a process, and one set up to kind of flush out some of this path of least resistance type of applications. And that's nothing against this applicant. I'm just saying that these things are driven by money, and if you can cut a corner, you'll cut a corner. But if you set up a process to corral some of this stuff, it should help provide the brakes on what would otherwise be the gas. So
The other thing, any contractor carrier who for whatever reason discontinues use of a pole, maybe doesn't need it anymore, doesn't have they put up another one that there has to be a call for them to remove that pole. And a lot of carriers apparently don't. They just leave them in place, walk away from it. So I'd say, again, it was one of the lessons learned, I believe, at Princeton, that said, we found that we had quite a few poles that were no longer in use, and the carriers had just, abandoned it, basically. So if there are unused poles, there should be a vehicle for getting rid of them.
So if I may summarize, this application for a pole in front of 104 North Street. Difference is that this is for a new pole. And given that we are struggling with how do we provide adequate cell phone service to our community with how do we also maintain the historical context of our community, we're in a place where we'd rather say, no, we don't want any of these poles, but then we'd be doing our community a disservice by not providing adequate cell phone service. So it seems to me that these folks have done a pretty diligent job in responding to our concerns, and I would like to move that we approve this application.
I'll do the same thing and second it.
So moved by Mr. Becker, seconded by Mr. Hammerin. Roll call vote, please.
No,
Oh, I'm sorry, more discussion.
no, exactly what was your motion?
So the motion is that we approve
Okay.
this location with the new pole, but with the same conditions that the shroud color and conduit covers be approved by the review committee.
Okay.
but otherwise as presented. So roll call vote, please.
Mr. Carroll,
Yes.
Ms. Basagno,
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson,
Yes.
Ms. Decker,
Yes.
Mr. Hammerhan,
Yes.
Mr. Testa,
Yes.
Mr. Becker.
Yes. Okay, the last one that these folks are presenting is for 201 Beach Avenue. Now, this is another one. I went online, got another photograph. That's actually, that's a pretty good photograph. I just got one look in the other direction, just so you can see it. So I want to pass this around. So notice this is not on Beach Avenue. It's actually turning the corner and up the street a bit.
That's a,
That's Patterson, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
that's a, that looks like a junction box or whatever you call it, electrical panel. Transformer, that's what I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's Patterson, yeah.
There you go, girl.
But notice again, folks, this is in a location where it's not adjacent to a contributing structure.
Right. But that also raises that question of if you have a transformer on the top, can you put the
Yeah, it's not
box on
here
below
already,
it?
but it will be.
And
is a
therefore
new pole.
get rid of a pole,
No. So transformer is a disqualifier
right?
on a
It's
pole.
part,
You
it's
said-
part of
remember you
primary
said that.
electrical service.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what makes this so distasteful.
So really, guys, the only distinction about this one is its location. So any questions or comments folks have about
Jump
this
up
third
and down, that's for
location?
sure.
I find it does no more damage to the streetscape than the other. So it's, again, one of those unpleasant choices. It's lovely.
Lovely. So are you making a motion
Motion to approve the application as submitted.
with the same conditions that the shroud color and
Yes.
conduit covers
Yes.
reviewed by the review committee? Do I hear a second?
it.
So moved by Mr. Testa, seconded by Mr. Hammerin. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Carroll,
Yes.
Ms. Basagno,
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson, Ms. Decker,
Yes.
Mr. Hammerhan,
Yes.
Mr. Testa,
Yes.
Mr. Becker.
Yes, and one last comment, and I would like to acknowledge the work done by our solicitor in writing that ordinance 5 years ago, anticipating this, and rightfully so, because you guys had to go before planning and get this approved so that this wasn't within 200 feet of an existing pole as written in that ordinance. So there are some substantial, I would say, mitigating measures that we put in place here, guys, to try and make sure that on several levels, we're not getting inundated by utility poles.
Yeah, and I'm sure that you're interrogated by everybody you visit. One of those jurisdictions has been mentioned tonight. So you've been through this before. I just think that you now have an understanding that here in our unique historic context that we're pretty sensitive to these issues. I mean, not to browbeat you or put you over the coals, but this
Cape May is a special place.
you
It is.
you understand that,
Yes.
and that's why we're here to do this.
Yes, we
And I
understand.
also want to thank both of you and your colleague for providing us with an immense amount of information as we had requested and working with us on these other two, which we're actually quite concerned about. Okay,
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
I'll
you.
Be back with paint swatches.
great.
See you later.
We'll see you on a Tuesday morning. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Have a good
Really
night.
gave us a lot of time and knowledge. It was very helpful. Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Next on our agenda is Mission 70 Real Estate Holdings LLC for 316 Jefferson Street. So this is an application for final approval. And if you could please introduce yourselves with your name, your address, and your role on the project.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me here tonight. My name is David White, together with my wife, Amy. I am the owner of 316 Jefferson Street. Very quickly, I was last in this building 9 years, 1 year ago today, to submit my application to marry my wife, Amy. We got engaged in Cape May. We got married in Cape May. My wife grew up in South Jersey. We have always dreamed of one day owning a home in Cape May because we love this community so much, and we're excited to start the process tonight.
Well, congratulations and welcome aboard, Mr. White.
And
My name is Paul Kiss. I'm the project architect, 9616 Second Avenue, Stone Harbor.
The floor is yours, gentlemen.
All right.
Wait a minute, 9 years ago
yes,
and 1 day?
9 years ago and 1 day was our marriage application was submitted. We were married in Cape May in October of 2017.
I was about to wish you happy anniversary, but this was, never mind.
Yes.
You have
Happy
to wait.
permit anniversary.
Yes, happy permitting. We did take a photo and send it to her mom that day to
great.
pretend we got married without her. The joke didn't go over well.
No.
If you were deputy mayor, you could marry him.
Although it could have. All right, all yours, Mr. Kiss.
So I'll just walk you through the project quickly, starting with the site plan. We're essentially not proposing anything on the site plan. Everything you see is existing. The brick walkway, the brick driveway, the grass backyard, there's a concrete patio. The only thing you see here is a proposed fence, which would be to just define the backyard a little bit and maybe cover up the vinyl fence on the one side and just make it a little bit prettier back there. The next page is streetscape. Along the top is the subject house at 316, some aerial shots, and then all the adjacent properties with the key map showing where they are in relation.
So Paul, just to be clear, you're at 316, right?
316.
Yeah, okay.
Which is this one here, and then
Got it.
in the middle on this bottom left, showing the adjacent houses, and then down the street.
Great, thank you.
Good on that? Okay. So the next page is just showing the existing floor plan and what the Whites are wanting to do is renovate the house. It has been kind of neglected as a rental property for a long time. Wiring issues, HVAC issues, you name it. It kind of looks okay on the outside, but it's not really. So to that end, the proposal is to do some rearranging of living space on the interior, which will require a little bit of movement of some windows, which I can walk you through when we look at the exterior. The addition in the back of the house of a screen porch and grill area. And there's an existing little entryway that looks like it may have been added around 1985 that we're going to put the air handler in there because right now it's in the basement below flood elevation. So we want to get all the mechanical equipment up above flood elevation. The second floor essentially isn't changing other than some internal rearranging. But what we're proposing is an addition on the back. So right now there's an existing roof deck on top of the first floor. So it's just pressure treated decking with a railing. So that's where we're proposing to put their bathroom. And then right now the outside air conditioning unit is on a rickety little platform in the backyard. We want to add another system so there's more effective heating and air conditioning and put those on a little balcony hidden in the back of the house with a railing around it. The other thing, which probably isn't really clear on this drawing, there's an outside shower that sticks out the side of the house in the driveway right now, and we want to rebuild that in the backyard. So it's out of sight. questions on any of that?
Mr. Kiss, there's an existing outdoor shower and you're redoing that?
It's on the side in the driveway, and we're putting it around in the back. It's not drawn well on here,
I think you can see it here.
but it's
It's on the site plan.
Okay.
3 and the site
Yeah.
plan.
right. So clear on the site plan.
Yep.
It's
Got it.
just very light on the floor plan.
Thank you.
So going to the elevations, the idea would be the existing front elevation is at the bottom of the sheet. The proposed is at the top of the sheet. Not really any change here, except we'd like to add windows in the gable. And looking around, if you go on Benton Avenue, there's a number of houses that are almost the same as this house that have exactly what we'd like to do. If, yeah, I don't know if you guys want to look at that up
I
close?
understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's on your streetscape.
Excuse me, Mr. Kiss?
Yes.
The third floor is not living space?
No, it's attic
Not
space.
proposed to be living space?
Not proposed to be living space. We are proposing a stair to go up there for storage, but it's not tall enough. It's not even 7 feet at the peak, so it would not be usable. But they would like to access it for storage. Right now, the access is, there's a closet here with a little hatch, and that's the only way to get to the attic. So,
Yeah, but standing in the middle of that cruciform and looking at those 4 windows could be a really special experience.
but it's really not, it's, I mean, at the peak, it's like this, and it slopes down.
So the windows are just for additional light?
Light up there and aesthetics on the outside. On
Tell
the,
us a little bit about the chimney.
yes, on the right side. So the existing chimney is a tiny little square that is no longer used, and it just goes up into the bottom of the roof eave. We are proposing a fireplace on the inside, so we'd like to construct a little better proportioned chimney that actually goes up like a chimney would. The windows in the attic, and then the difference, again, the existing's on the bottom, proposed on the top. On the first floor, there's a pair of Anderson casement windows here in the back and a small window here. We want to make these windows the same size and proportion. And these are windows that are moving due to the interior that we would slightly relocate. So I should talk about the windows. So we do want to propose new windows. I would say 3/4 of the windows are vinyl. There are some windows that are insulated glass, but they're wood, but the seals have failed. We have a home inspector report that went through and identified all these windows that there's just not much left. I think there might be 2 or 3 windows that were original. And so I would propose that we would replace all of them with Colby wood windows, 1/1, just like what's there now, painted wood. On the right elevation on the proposed, you can see the side of the screen porch, the addition, which is on the other side of the house, and the roof over the screen porch would be a standing seam roof.
Is that any kind of a balcony right over that, to the right there, or is it just ornamental?
This here, that's just to hide the air conditioning units.
Okay, thank you.
Is the window that is on the first floor just to the right of the chimney on the existing, is that like stained glass or anything like that, or is there?
It's an Anderson casement window, put in maybe in the 80s when they did the kitchen.
Okay.
So the rear elevation, existing on the bottom, proposed on the top, which shows maybe do this in conjunction with the left side elevation. So what I've done is continued the roof line out over the addition and created a gable with the same pitch as the existing gable. Windows that match the other windows in the bedroom and bathroom. And you can see that the side gable goes out, extends further than this. So from the street, it's trying to minimize even knowing that there's that addition there. On the left side, existing, there are a couple of high windows here. They're not stained glass. They're just regular windows. And then the triple window in the dining room. So we do want to maintain that look here. Then we're adding a window in the laundry room here. And of course, the attic windows, these are same as what's there on the second floor. Yep. And on the back, the existing, you can see more Anderson casement windows. A steel door that's coming out onto this roof deck with a regular aluminum screen door. Pretty nasty 1980s stuff.
So I do have one question. The lattice that you're proposing, is it like your fence? It's perpendicular lattice as opposed to diagonal
Yes.
lattice?
Yeah, we want to remove the diagonal lattice and put on the appropriate lattice.
Okay, questions, comments? Start over with you, Lorraine.
I have nothing at this point. Thank you.
I'm very pleased with it.
That moves it to me really quickly. This is your usual thorough materials checklist, but I wonder if you could enlighten me at what thermally modified wood is?
So that is wood. It's a cedar or another similar wood that is superheated and it changes the chemical properties so that it's guaranteed for 20 years not to rot. And it's painted just like any other wood. It's wood. It's similar to another product called Akoya.
Yeah, Akoya, of course, is dipped in practically
It's
vinegar.
chemically treated.
But
Yeah.
so this, you bake this,
Yeah.
and that changes it enough to resist moisture intrusion.
Yes.
Well, that's a new one on me.
So
but-
it increases the density by removing the moisture from the wood.
which of course you would have done if you dried wood, but today it's also wet anyway. Okay, so that, and I have to say, I'll make it really brief. I think the additions that you've done here do no injustice to the status of this structure. You've logically explained what you've done, and to me, it appeals to my eye, both with respect to the facade, the back, and the sides. So,
Thank you.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Okay, I feel that the addition is modest, it's subordinate, it's in the rear, which fits all our criteria. And I also like the changes you've made to some of the window fenestrations. They're very pleasing.
Thank you.
Well, as usual, a lovely presentation. I love this house. I'm concerned about the triplicate windows in all the gables on the third floor. It appears that the two smaller windows on the side are going to be casements. Is that what they're going to be? Is that the plan? It looks like the center window is a 1/1, and the ones on the side are single pane, at least
Yeah,
in
do
your.
you have that picture?
Yeah, can we have that picture back?
Yeah, those are 1/1s.
Yeah, the idea is to do exactly what's on this house.
Those are 1/1s on the side.
Yeah, so I would make those 1/1s.
Okay, because you are taking casements out
Yes.
on A3. It looks like you're taking a lot out on the first floor. I think it's a lovely house. It's a pleasing design. I would be happier, frankly, if these were single windows in the gables instead of the triplicates. I think it makes it makes the house look busy, where, it's just this beautiful wedge shape. And just aesthetically, in my eye, I think it busies up the facades of the house. But if you really want triple windows in an attic that isn't living space, that's up to you. I don't object enough to say no.
Well, it also should be borne in mind that the streetscape view shows houses with multiple windows
It does.
at the peaks. So there's a rational comparison, I think.
The foundation, what material will that be? Will it just be,
It will be restuccoed.
okay, thank you.
I'm okay with the windows partly because of the streetscape and the other houses that have similar patterns. I don't see anything problematic on the sides where you might be enlarging or moving a window. I don't think that is significant enough to trigger any concerns. And I was looking at the property report, it says it's contributing based on its historic massing, historic dormers, which, are being preserved, historic fenestration patterns, historic door and historic porch and porch posts. So if those are the things that whoever the reviewer was when they gave it its contributing status, all of those seem to be preserved fine. So I'm okay with the project.
I wanted to introduce one other thing, and I'm not sure if you've seen this yet, and it's the vacuum glass. So rather than standard insulated glass, this is a glass. It's 2 panes of glass, but they're microns apart, up to double the U value of the best insulated glass, and it looks like a single pane. It's hard to tell it's not a single pane. So
Yeah, you don't need the spacer bar between the panes of glass anymore.
No.
It looks like full.
Wow.
it looks like a thick piece of glass.
So why the vast improvement?
Oh, that's gorgeous.
Just the way I don't know the technology.
I mean, it
I
just
just know that
seems-
test reports say it's way more energy efficient. It comes with the same 20-year glass warranty. The glass is the same Cardinal glass as any window. And it has low E coatings.
So it's low E,
But it gives you that really
it's
nice
like-
deep.
It's like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's literally a piece of sand that you can see if you look really closely.
Yeah.
Keep the
So
glass separated.
we'd like to price this along with the standard insulated glass, and I wanted to introduce it to you. I just think for a historic building to have something that looks like single pane glass.
Colby Heritage.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is this a different?
It's the Colby Heritage
Just with a
Series.
different glass
With a
option?
different glass, yeah. And so I've got these sheets. I'm not a salesman.
Yeah.
Pass these around. Thank you.
And you've introduced me to some things, so I thought I'd try to introduce you.
Cool.
Okay. So to reiterate what I'm hearing from the rest of the commissioners, I think this is a very sensitively done addition.
Okay.
Meets all of our criteria, and a very comprehensive presentation, so much appreciated. I've heard only I only have one question. You showed us the size of the spindles as 1 3/4 inches. What's the spacing between the spindles on your railings? That I didn't see.
3 inches?
3 inches? That's a good answer. Okay, so that means then I think I've only heard 2 conditions. So one is that 1/1 for the windows on the 3rd floor, and the 3-inch spacing between the railing balusters. Anything else that folks have identified? Well, would somebody like to make a motion
I'll make the motion, we approve it.
with those 2 conditions?
Uh-huh.
I'll second it.
Okay.
So moved by Mr. Carroll, seconded by Mr. Becker. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Basagno?
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson?
Yes.
Ms. Decker?
Yes.
Mr. Hammerin?
Yes.
Mr. Testa?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes, and thanks again for a wonderful presentation.
Thank
Very
you very
nicely
much.
done.
Appreciate it.
And welcome to K-May. Yes. Next on our agenda is DeLuca at 1515 Beach Avenue. For those watching our progression through the agenda, Madonna at 1211 New Jersey Avenue has been removed from tonight's agenda and will not be presenting. So hence, we're moving on to DeLuca.
And, Mr. Chairman, on the basis of nearness, I'm going to recuse myself from this application.
Okay, thank
For
you,
a-
sir.
For a neighbor. Mhm.
And John, real quick, I was listening, the application on Hughes Street, you were talking about the roof pitch. I've learned this the hard way. I just don't want to waste these people's time tomorrow. I'm almost certain the code requires a minimum of a 412 roof pitch.
So
I didn't want to interrupt his whole
Yeah,
application,
so-
but I've learned this the hard way. When I submit applications with less than a 412, Bruce denies them.
Well, so the International Residential Code will allow 2 and 12, but I don't think Cape May will.
Zoning won't, that's my
Correct.
point.
Yep.
So
Yep.
maybe have them check that tomorrow before
Yeah,
we
that's-
waste all this time.
thank you
and
for that.
Find out it gets denied.
What was it, 412?
Yeah. They're supposed to be changing that.
Yeah, I thought that they had changed that already.
I literally just dealt with
Lorraine,
this, like,
didn't that get changed?
We didn't. It
I
needs
remember
to be
hearing that.
addressed.
Oh, it still needs to be
Yeah.
addressed. Okay.
No, because we dealt with that. It's something that can come out of this board and we can do a code amendment. But I know we discussed it. It just hasn't been addressed
I
yet.
just, when I was listening and I felt bad, I'm like, oh, these people are gonna change their plans, submit it here, and then go to zoning and get denied. And then have to come back again.
Oh, that'll make them very, very happy. Yeah. Oh, man. All right. Thanks. Thank you, Adam.
No
So
problem.
please state your name, your address, your role in the project.
Adam Crossland with AJS Design, the project manager and project designer. This is for a garage in the shadow behind the house of a contributing building, as shown on the plans here. This is unique because the property is accessed by an alley that goes behind all the adjacent lots that front onto Beach Avenue, which is why we're able to put a garage in the backyard. On HPC 1, you'll see the proposed garage in the back of the building that we're going to be putting on an existing crushed shell driveway. The plans and elevations are as shown on sheet HPC 2 and HPC 3. All the materials will be historically accurate to match the main house. I can go down the materials list with you. The roof will be cedar to match existing, meaning the existing house. All the fascias will be cedar. Siding will be cedar shake to match the existing house. All windows will be Colby Heritage Series, true wood windows. Window trim will be cedar to match existing. Garage doors will be wood doors. We haven't chosen them exact. I could certainly bring them back to the review committee to get approval for the exact doors that they plan to pick. Foundation will be brick to match the existing house. I don't know why I put HVAC enclosure. I think that was sometimes when you repeat these plans on your computer, it picks up stuff from other ones. We're actually not prepared. There's not a HVAC enclosure included on this project. There's also not an outside shower included on this project. So please cross those two off. I already explained that the crushed shell driveway is going to remain. All lighting will be from Cape Cod Lighting, which I brought some pictures of what that lighting looks like. We can also bring that back to the approval committee when we pick out the exact lighting we're going to be using.
Okay.
And I should add too that 80 to 90% of this building is in the shadow of the main structure that fronts on Beach Drive, so you're not really going to see much of it. However, it's all going to be historically accurate materials, and I think we did a really good job to make sure it complements the house.
And you're certainly not going to see it much from the street behind you.
Correct.
With the Cape Rock.
And it's one of the reasons he wants to do this actually is to block the brick mountain behind him.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So Adam, this is a final application, correct?
Correct.
And are there any issues regarding lot coverage with regard to adding this garage with zoning?
There is not. It's a very large lot that most of which is heavily landscaped, and we're putting it on top of what already exists as a crushed shell driveway, which counts at 50% already because it's crushed shell, and we're just putting a garage on top of it.
Okay, so since this is a final, there will be one condition once we deliberate here, and that would be cut sheets for all of the materials that you're proposing on the material checklist, which would include roof, siding, windows, brick for the foundation, the driveway material, and the lighting.
That's not a problem. I did bring samples, but I'm happy to provide you cut sheets with everything to the review committee.
That's a requirement of a complete application, so that they're on file, so that our field administrator has a reference to establish what was approved when he goes on site to ensure that what was approved is being installed. That's why we need them as part of your application.
Understood.
Okay.
And I wasn't sure because this isn't really, it's an accessory building, but in the future, I'll make sure they're all here for every application.
Okay, so, Mr. Hammerin,
I don't have any comments.
Ms. Pisagno.
Sorry, no, everything's great. Thank you.
Ms. Decker.
Well, as you pointed out, incomplete, we don't have all the materials. I would have liked to have seen maybe a color rendition of this. I mean, it looks nice, the site plan's really small, I don't see the alley, but it looks like an appropriate garage for this property, so I don't have any major problems with it.
I drove up the alley today. Now, at the end of the driveway, when you go up behind the hotel there's, it looks like an old dilapidated garage there with surfboards in front of it and.
So that's actually the neighbor's garage.
Oh,
It's
that's
a really cool
neighbor's.
building. Hopefully we kind of tried to model this over.
Okay, so you're right behind that in the,
Correct.
okay, well then how will you access the garage? Doesn't that kind of block it?
The alley dead ends at my client's property and it goes back to the Cape Rock. So all the other properties have the alley
Yeah, I
easement.
didn't really go behind that other garage there. And again, my other comment would be, bring the cut sheets on your application because it doesn't tie you up or the review committee. Just, we'll get it done all at once.
It would have been great to have photographs of that, of the site.
Understood. I have access to all that stuff, so I'll make sure I bring that in the future.
That's all I have.
I assume the attic is for storage and there's no plumbing going into that?
Correct, as per Cape May, 100%. It's just going to be used for storage up there.
Okay.
A quick question about the alley. Is there an easement for that, or I'm not quite sure how the access is because there's really not much showing on the plot plan.
I have a survey here, which I can certainly give you a copy of and see exactly.
I just, Cape May has very few alleys, and
So it says it's a 10-foot wide driveway easement for ingress and egress to Brooklyn Avenue.
okay. Okay.
10 feet.
I guess, okay. If our solicitor can just, clarify, verify.
Not to beach.
No, to Brooklyn Avenue.
To Brook, yeah.
Here, Chris.
And then I'm going to continue, just with the second floor, it doesn't seem to have access to that second floor.
There'll be a pull-down stair, which I think
Pull-down
is
stair.
also what the Cape May code only allows a pull-down
Okay.
stair.
From here over.
Okay, it's just, yeah, I didn't see it on the floor plan. And then my last question is the shingle pattern on the garage, is that matching the shingle pattern on, it just looks like it's variegated, like, is it gonna match?
That could be the hatch on our computer.
Okay.
But we're going to match the main house exactly.
Okay, match the.
And that can certainly be a condition of approval, that
Okay.
we match the siding pattern for the main structure.
Thank you. That's all, thank you.
So I have no further comments, other than, of course, the necessity of having cut sheets for all materials. So I would like to entertain a motion from somebody to approve this application.
Motion?
Second.
So moved by Mr. Stevenson, seconded by Mr. Hammerin. Roll call vote, please, for final approval.
Mr. Carroll,
Yes.
Ms. Pisagno,
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson,
Yes.
Ms. Decker,
Yes.
Mr. Hammerin,
Yes.
Mr. Becker.
Yes. Motion carries. Adam, it looks like you can stay right where you are
Exactly. Guys.
for the next submission, which is the Hulse Family Revocable Trust at 409 Jefferson Street. The floor is yours.
Great. Okay, again, Adam Crossland with AJS Design, project manager, project designer for this project. This is a non-contributing building that is currently has cedar.
Oh, I'm sorry, can I interrupt you for just one sec? So going back, the 1211 New Jersey's been removed from tonight's agenda. Is it intended that this will be presented at some point in the future? The only reason I'm asking is whether or not we want to
Yes, I
gather these applications and keep them for next month.
It would change, but my clients ended up finding another house that they want to buy.
Okay.
However, the new owners may want to move forward with some of that application. So if we could recycle that $500 fee to come back, I would say table it, waive the 45 days. If we can't do that, that's not a problem.
We can't because it's a new application.
That's
Yep.
fine.
Thank you. So there's, we can discard these then, yes?
Correct.
Great. We can toss them. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so back to 409 Jefferson. This is a non-contributing building. It is currently an asphalt roof, and it has vinyl cedar impression siding. We are proposing to put a small addition at the rear of the property, a small two-story addition. As shown, if you look at the comparison on HPC 1, you'll see the existing site plan, and then you'll see the proposed. There's basically an L-shaped addition between the back of the house and the garage. HPC 2 also shows that in floor plan. On the left side of the page is the existing conditions. On the right side of the page is the proposed. So you'll see it's basically a storage room on the first floor, a bedroom up on the second floor. HPC 3 and HPC 4 are the proposed and existing elevations, so you can see the difference. I know from coming and speaking with the review committee on Tuesdays, part of your rules and regulations, so I did bring extra sheets if somebody wants some tonight, is just comparing what the size of the addition is. And I added that to the sheet to make it real easy to prove to you what the existing.
So the question would be, what's the existing square footage and what's the addition square footage?
Correct. And I have that on here. I just need to find it. So the addition is less than 20% of the existing.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Go down the materials list with you. As I already mentioned, the house, fortunately or unfortunately, is already vinyl siding. So we're going to be consistent and just keep the addition to match what's already there. And since it's non-contributing, I believe that's acceptable to the commission. Roof will be asphalt to match existing. Fascia will be composite to match existing. Soffits will be composite to match existing. Siding will be the vinyl shake, cedar impressions to match existing. The existing windows in the house are Anderson, so we would be putting Anderson windows in the addition to match all the other existing windows. Window trim will be composite. There's one door proposed that will be an Anderson door. Foundation will be stucco to match existing. I'm still having this problem with the outside shower. Oh no, I'm sorry, it does say composite. The outside shower will be built out of composite materials, and the lighting will be Cape Cod lighting again. And I will certainly provide all of the cut sheets for all the materials we choose to use, and I'll get them into the review committee.
Yes, that will be a requirement, same as last project, yes?
No problem. Make sure they have them for any future application.
Mr. Hamron, would you like to start, please?
I have no comments.
Ms. Pisagno? No?
No comment.
Okay. Ms. Decker?
I just think it's a very awkward.
Oh, Judy, could you? Oh, thank you.
It appears that the roof on this little bedroom you're adding is higher than the existing roofs. Is that right?
Yes, and I can speak to why that is. This is a very unique house. It's had numerous additions put on over the years, and I've actually been working with these clients for a very long time. We put the front porch on this house back in 2016. We had a better design coming in where the roof was consistent. However, when the zoning officer reviewed this, along with Paul Dietrich for flood, he informed us that no matter what we did to this house, the addition had to be at elevation 11. So the only way to make the addition work would be to pop the roof off. Otherwise, we would have run out of headroom. So it is a little funky in the back of the house. However, it's completely hidden from the streetscape. And I think we did the kind of the best job we could to tie it into a rather unique structure.
Are these casement windows you're proposing?
They're awning windows, so
Awning windows?
it's double hungs and awnings. The high windows would be awnings, all the other windows would be double hungs.
I just think some kind of more gracious design might have been. Did you come in on Tuesday morning?
We did.
You did.
Not every Tuesday morning results in a miracle.
And unfortunately, we have to work around the codes as well. So I would have much preferred to have the house be lower, but then it wouldn't have met the flood code.
Okay, I kind of agree with Commissioner Decker. The roof line is kind of high, but then again, it's a funky roof line anyway.
It's already,
So it kind of all blends in together that way. And the only stipulation again is cut sheets, because technically it's an incomplete application.
I would say very little. It's not a particularly attractive design, but I find it so inoffensive relative to the streetscape. It's in back, it's hidden, it's non-contributory. It passes the smell test for an addition. I do want to make a point about cut sheets. I think that it creates extra work for the committee, the review committee, when the cut sheets don't appear in the initial application. I don't consider these applications really complete unless you follow the material sheet and you put the cut sheets of your choice at that time. So, I mean, I think we've allowed people to come and satisfy this, but that's not the way the process should work. There should be material sheets and there should be cut sheets showing your choice. Okay, please do that in the future. Where you can make a choice. Otherwise, you're going to wind up with a condition that somebody else is going to have to police.
Well noted.
Okay.
A lot of times it's repeat, but I'll make sure I have a library because it's a lot of these materials, not so much on this because this is a non-contributing house with a lot of composite and vinyl siding. But all the other, it's the same stuff, like the Colby 400s, so I'll make sure
And we
they're
do-
all
I
included.
mean, when we read these things, we go from the material check sheet and we try to find the cross-referenced or the cut sheets that go to them. And I don't think it's right that should be put on the review committee when it approves this with conditions, as it probably will. Okay, but I've said enough on this.
No problem. Like I said, next time I'll make sure that doesn't happen.
So I'll go one step further and say that we will deem applications incomplete in the future if there are not the required cut sheets submitted with the materials. So you're getting a break tonight.
Fair.
Okay?
Commissioner Carroll.
Okay. Looking at the front of this house, I would have assumed it was a contributing house, but it's not in the period.
We added the porch in
But it
2016.
really is a very nice little kind of Dutch colonial look to it.
Side gable Dutch colonial.
I go along with the others that the addition is certainly nothing of beauty, but with a non-contributing and hidden from the street, I will be willing to vote for it.
Thank you.
So Adam, I'm struggling a little bit with the height of the second floor. I understand the need to get the floor elevation out of the floodplain, but that doesn't preclude you from altering the roof form so that the ridge is not any higher than the existing roof form ridge. I have a problem being able to approve this when our standards say specifically that you can't do that. So is there an alternative roof form that you could?
Unfortunately, there's not, and here's why. Because the roof of we're not going any higher than the main roof on the house.
Yes, you are.
Well,
You look at the elevation 4 on ZP-4.
it like 6 inches. So
No, that's to scale, it's significantly higher. It looks like at least 2 feet. Unless this is drawn incorrectly, which it might be. So Adam, look at I just drew this. If you look at 4 on ZP-4, do you see the dashed line I drew? And then I circled the addition. You can see the dashed line looks like that's of the existing roof height. That ridge line looks at least 2 feet lower than what you're proposing for the new ridge line.
So as a condition of approval, I can lower that down to be no higher than the ridge line of the existing
That
house.
would be terrific.
Okay.
No problem making that alteration.
Okay, so I think what we have are 2 conditions that have emerged. One is that the roof of the addition, the roof ridge of addition shall be no higher than the existing ridge line.
Exactly.
And the same stipulation as the prior project, that all materials cut sheets will be submitted for review committee review, correct?
Correct.
Okay, anybody want to make that motion?
I'll make it.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
So moved by Mr. Carroll, seconded by Mr. Stevenson. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Carroll,
Yes.
Ms. Pasagno,
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson,
Yes.
Ms. Decker,
No.
Mr. Hammerand,
Yes.
Mr. Testa,
Yes.
Mr. Becker.
Yes. Okay, Adam, looks like you're still in the hot seat. Moving on to Haija. Mr. Haija, did I pronounce that properly?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm glad I got it right finally. This is 1149 Lafayette Street. It is a contributing structure, and I believe this is an amendment to a prior submission. Is that correct?
And I will explain that to everybody.
Okay, could you please introduce yourself? And your name, your address, and your role in the project, please.
Anan Haija, 1149 Lafayette, owner.
Okay, floor is yours, gentlemen.
I'm going to hand out, I wanted to make this really clear for everybody, so I did update these drawings. I'm going to hand one of these out.
This is the before.
I'll walk you through this.
Okay, okay.
I wanted to clarify kind of what's.
So it must replace what we have. It looks like it's.
Thank you.
But it's this,
Yes, it replaces these or no?
Yes, we'll replace that.
so.
Okay, thank you.
Well, it's just clarification.
Did you get
Yeah,
one?
but
But I'll share.
Adam, can you explain to the board what is the difference between what you just handed out and what was submitted?
Absolutely. So what I tried to do with, I'll bring you one, Lauren. What I tried to do with what I just handed out to you is give a better timeline. The front portion of this building was approved back in December of '25. So, and I know what the request of the board plus the review committee that we met, how they like to see it. They like to see existing, proposed, next to each other. So I reorganized all the plans to make it simple for me to walk you through everything tonight.
So the plan, this is the same concept, just presented in the way that you were
For an
anticipating
easier
the
way
board
to make
wanted to see it.
everybody understand
For
how we got
comparison
here.
purposes.
Exactly.
Okay.
So Adam, just to make sure, it looks like the drawings have the same date on them. Although one has been revised for 7/17, I got it.
The
So
things
you have
that
new revision
changed
date,
it.
okay.
Exactly.
So we should be looking at the drawings that have in the lower right-hand corner a revision date of 7/17/26, HPC submittal, correct?
Correct.
So we don't even need to look at the ones you had submitted with your application.
Nope,
Is
you
that
can just look
accurate?
at these new ones as long as everybody has them.
Thank you.
Okay? And then I'm going to explain how we organize this.
This is.
So the first,
Just handed us this one.
on HPC 1, the first section of the plan was how the house looked before we got our initial
Oh,
approval.
I'm sorry, one other interruption.
Uh-huh.
But the remaining part of the application remains applicable, correct? It's only
Correct.
the drawings that have changed. Thank you.
Correct. Okay, so back, I'll walk you through these plans. On HPC 1, the first site plan was the site plan that we came to you with the existing conditions of the house back in December of 2025. The middle plans is what was approved back in December of 25. The third site plan is showing the rear portion, which would be the porte cochere and the garage, which is what we are seeking approval for tonight. So I want to explain everything, the streetscape section of the building, everything that fronts on Lafayette Street was already approved in December of 25. We are here tonight for the back portion of the building as shown on the third site plan where all the hatch is located. That's what we're seeking approval for this evening. HPC 2 just basically shows what was approved in the December of 2025 meeting. Same with HPC 3. That's what was approved in the December of 2025 meeting. The sheets that we really need to be reviewing tonight are the next two, which show the garage and rear portion of the building that we're seeking approval for tonight. Number 1 on HPC 4 shows the porte cochere area plus the proposed garage. Number 2 on HPC 4 shows the addition that will connect from the historic portion of the building to the garage, which is this breezeway area, which would house a bar, a media room, a small office, and then stairs down to either the garage or to the parking area. HPC 3 just basically shows the roof profile of the proposed garage building. HPC 5 is the elevations of what this will look like from the exterior.
I had a question about this. You have final checked here. Have you done FAR impervious calculations?
We've had all this reviewed by Bruce. We've kind of been working diligently the past few weeks. We've been to 2 Tuesday review meetings, and we have run all this by Mr. Britton, and he's basically given us the green light that this meets zoning approval. I did bring 2 photographs. The house is currently being lifted and relocated on the lot, just so you can kind of see the profile from the street, showing that this proposed garage building won't really be seen from Lafayette Street and shouldn't really affect the streetscape. Feel free to pass those around.
So, real quick, the core area ratio, the garage is not included in that, am I correct?
The garage is not, because it's not habitable area.
Okay. I imagine this goes all the way back to the, Martians. Yeah. You'd need that room. Here you go, madam.
Just overpowers the property.
And it should be noted that
Feel
the original plans that we submitted had all the zoning information on there. I just created a special set for the HPC to kind of put it in your language of what you like to see. But the proposed FAR is
Which drawing are you looking at currently?
ZP1 on the original that I included with your packet, which I know we said but I just have the zoning information on there. So the proposed FAR is actually 21%, where 40% is allowed.
But that's FAR based on habitable area, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised.
And our lot coverage is 37.6, where 40% is allowed. So we still have some wiggle room on lot coverage.
Okay. Are you ready for our comments?
Absolutely.
So how about if we start over there with you, Ms. Baldwin?
I'm going to defer at this point.
Okay. Mr. Carroll?
Well, I did manage to come in on your last review, and I thought our suggestions then were to cut back quite a bit on that long extension. And I don't feel like I'm seeing really any cutback in that at all. I personally feel this is, maybe it's not highly visible, but we are dealing with a classic little old house, and now it's becoming a monster on the property, only because the owner of it likes cars. I like cars too, but there are other places to keep cars other than a massive, massive attachment to a building like this.
So can I speak to the changes that we made based
Uh-huh.
on the review committee's comments? So we did come in and redesign the garage. We stepped it. At one point, it was one large garage. We broke it into two separate bays, lowered the roof a little bit on the larger of the two bays that would have two garage doors. We lowered it again, and we brought the garage in for the third bay. And originally, we had a three-story decks on the back. We brought that down to basically I guess it's a two-story, but it's a patio at grade and then a one-story deck. So we did redesign this based on all the comments that we received at our two review committee meetings.
I think it's the most awkward-looking thing I think I've ever looked at, with that bridge across to this back opening.
So I can explain that a little bit too.
Yes, you can call it a porte cochere, but
Yeah.
The zoning in Cape May has changed recently. They used to allow like a breezeway connection between a main building and a garage. I actually like that a lot better. That was actually the design we originally had for this. And zoning basically informed us that we would, because of some recent changes in the interpretation for garages, they would not allow us to do a breezeway connection. It actually had to be habitable area. I also went with an application for zoning that just showed like a 4-foot wide covered hallway that would connect the two buildings. That was shot down too. He said it actually has to be a connection of rooms between the main building and the garage. So this does meet zoning. Zoning played a big part in kind of how we had to redesign this. I kind of agree with you, but this kind of is the best of both worlds. I'm hoping it'll, make the HPC happy, because like I said, we did go make the changes, most of the changes that were recommended in the review committee. But we also needed to make sure we would get zoning approval for it. I would have liked something much simpler between the garage building and the main building, but this is what we kind of had to do based on our.
I don't think those zoning changes were actually done to create an appearance like this. It was done to try to keep people from not overextending their houses into other areas. It just goes on forever.
The
It
two
should-
lots beside it are exactly the same dimensions and
I was gonna say-
subdivided with two full home.
It should be noted that the lot to the south of this is a flag lot, so there's actually two houses in the same area. Dr. Haja has a very large, deep lot, which is great. But like I said, the house to the south, there's literally two full-size single-family homes on basically the same size lot as his.
Separate homes.
Separate homes,
Separate
yes.
homes.
It's a flat, one's a flag lot to go back to, the one's further off
One's in the
Lafayette.
back. One sees the street, the other sees the waterway.
And he could have tried to subdivide it, and that's not what he wanted to do, so. that-
So Adam, you just raised, I'm sorry to interrupt,
That's
Tom, but
okay.
you just raised something that didn't come up in the Tuesday morning reviews with regard to this breezeway connection. Because if those functions aren't really necessary, that stair wouldn't be necessary either if the garage can be a separate structure from the house, which would be completely a different thing you'd be presenting and probably far more palatable based upon the comments I'm hearing. So the question I have is, do you even need that breezeway and tall stair element? If you just eliminated that, there would be a garage separate and a house separate. Is there an issue? Is there a reason why they're connected?
He did want, and the areas that are in the porte cochere area, he did want an office that was going to be between the house and the garage. And he wanted them to be connected so that he's not walking in the elements between his house and his garage. So he doesn't want a separate detached garage. He did want it to be connected to the main dwelling.
And I think he didn't want the hallway. It had to be a livable, like it had to be.
That,
a room.
I explained that they wouldn't just allow us to do like a 5 or 6 foot wide hall connection. It literally had to be habitable living space between the buildings because of their concern that you would use it as like an accessory dwelling unit.
I'll reserve other comments.
May I? Yeah,
Well, Tom, were you done?
Yes,
I think he did
For the
say.
time being.
Yeah, and I'll have to more or less echo Tom's view of what this looks like. It is a contributing structure, and I'm actually getting a little weary of having additions hidden in the back of lots that because you can't just see them from the street. I'm pleased with what we did when we went through the front of this. And then it began to grow like Topsy. And I appreciate that sessions with the review committee probably toned it down to be as you've described. But to me, it is a elongated, overly large, and unacceptable in size relative to the main building that we have here as a structure. Again, your materials are great. You've hidden it a lot from the street. But when I look at this just from a side view, it's just simply too large. I think that if someone didn't take my view of looking things just straight ahead, they might think that this removed the contributing characterization of this on the next survey. And I'm loath to support something that has that potential, and I think the potential's high enough for me not to agree to approve this.
I think because of the way we designed the porte cochere and the fact that it's only on the second floor, the way your guidelines show, the historic portion of the building is going to be retained kind of perfectly, especially on the first floor. And there's just a breezeway connection that we deliberately brought in to separate.
If you consider the elevation over the porte cochere and the garage and the size relative to the original structure, they are enormous. I mean, they really are. They're just, my eyeball says it's 2/3 of the total mass, which to me is, because I don't count the fact that there's air underneath the breezeway. To me, it still looks like a mass that's extending beyond the original structure. So
But this side, the top picture on HPC 5, this is looking north. So if you look at the driveway and the long trees and really the tapered third bay, we can be creative here with a double Dutch door or something to make it look a little cottagey. But this is really largely going to be invisible. I mean, unless you really...
Well, it's invisible from the street perhaps, but overall, and I have no idea.
Well, that's why I took those pictures too, to show you how.
And I appreciate your efforts, but I do not know what the next survey is going to bring to this evaluation. It could well jeopardize the contributing status. I think it has a substantial possibility of doing that. So I'm sorry, I just can't support it as it is. All right.
Yes, I just think that, according to our standards, and it's a contributing property, and one of the things besides design is massing. And like right here from our standards, that size, scale, proportion, and massing to protect the integrity of the neighborhood. And if, this is not subordinate at all. It's the historic building is just dwarfed by this. And I mean, again, I think if the review committee did suggest trying to cut it back, I mean, it's just not appropriate with a contributing property. Additionally, underneath of the hyphen, or whatever you want to call it, that living area up there, there's also additional parking under there?
Correct.
So, I mean, if you're heading out of town on Lafayette Street, would you see those cars parked there as well?
You would not, and that's why I took pictures to show you.
Yeah, there's 5 windows wide. Like, if you look at the house, the land is very narrow. It's 66. And the house is 5 windows wide. When you look at other structures.
And remember, there's on the lot to the south, there's the main building that fronts onto Lafayette Street, and then there's a flag lot behind it with another building. So you're really not going to see that far back. It's a rather congested with structures there.
Yeah.
Pretty wide house, and it's...
But again, when I'm looking at the elevations, I don't see any screening at all. It just looks like it's a big open breezeway and the cars are sitting right there. Like there's
The
no
house is 30
fencing
feet
or?
more wide, and the longest car is probably 15 feet, so it's completely gonna be hidden. I don't
We're going to heavily landscape as well. I know you say he might heavily landscape, but what happens 20 years from now? But the property is going to be very well landscaped.
Yeah, and again, I mean, another thing that, you know, in a scale of this proportion, I think we would need a landscape plan as well, if that is something that's going to help hide these
Absolutely,
elements.
we could provide that as a condition, not a problem at all. We plan, we, you know,
Oh, and I do appreciate you bringing us revised site plans in, because you could not read the dimensions before. I mean, I had my reading glasses, and it was just like,
we've been
least-
working diligently for tonight's meeting. That's kind of why
but this is more legible now.
I wanted to make sure I, you know, explained in detail kind of how we got here and what we're actually seeking approval for tonight based on what we already had approval for.
Well, again, we have an incomplete application, no materials. You gave us a whole new set of plans at the meeting, which is really not
All
acceptable
the
to
materials
this
would be
commissioner.
the same for what
I
we received in
understand.
December of 25.
I understand, Mr. Crossland. So what is the square footage of the original structure?
Good question.
That is a good question.
You can repeat that for the record.
The square footage of the original structure is approximately 2,300 square feet,
And what is the square footage of your proposed addition?
2,800 square feet. So it's about an additional of 600 square feet.
So I just wonder if if you've really studied our standards. Because clearly with a big exclamation point on page 53, as everyone has pointed out, subordinate additions. New additions should be smaller than the historic building. It should be subordinate in both size and design. So this is huge. Whether it's in the back or not, it's simply not appropriate for this building, colonial building. And in fact, another building on that same street did in fact lose its contributing status with a similar addition. So I have to agree with Commissioner Carroll that this would definitely take this into a non-contributing status. I just think you need to work on this a little more. If it was a separate garage, it would be different. It wouldn't affect the structure as much if you need all that storage in the back. I just do not think this is appropriate at all. for
We
this
have
house.
revised this design about 4 times to bring it more into compliance, and Dr. Hayes is putting a huge investment into the front building that has been neglected for years, which should be bringing it back to be way more historic because the building was kind of dilapidated.
That sounds nice and everything, except if you read the standards, it's so clear that this is exactly what we're discouraging. I know you've spent money, you've been through different plans, but you've ever really tried to meet the standards? And the review committee, and I don't think anybody has ever come along and said, sure, Bill, you know, build a big garage in the back. Just because the zoning ordinance doesn't limit garages to 2 cars or something like that, it never meant that a garage should be 10 times bigger than a house.
It's just not appropriate. It's not an appropriate addition.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I could never vote yes for this.
The French have an expression, de trop. It means too much. And I hate to say this, it just is too much. And it seems to me that the emphasis is on the garage, cars with a porte cochere. What are we emphasizing here? It certainly is not the history of the house. So that is, and again, it is against the standards. It is not the adequate size.
Well, you know, as I said, this came to the review committee. I think it got a reception that we said to you is this is going to be a tough sell. It's a very big addition. It's visually large, actually, from the standpoint of standards and square footage and all the other things. It actually does comply. It's not that. It's, when you take into account whether the space is livable and garages don't count and all the other kinds of things. And that's why the review committee took a look at it and said, we think you're not going to get a really great reception to this, but, at least what we can tell you is you seem to be in compliance with most of the requirements that we would have for an addition. We're not capable of making a decision on a project like this. And we said, we don't know that you're going to be successful. So I'll leave it at that.
And I wanted to just add one more thing, Doctor and Adam, that, we're not doing this just arbitrarily. I mean, we're stewards of the historic district and the only city in the country that's a National Historic Landmark. And as Commissioner Decker already indicated, one property along Lafayette has already just lost their contributing status. And it's very fragile. And if we start beginning to lose a lot of these contributing buildings, our national landmark status is in jeopardy. So we're looking at this through the big picture, for everyone in town. So we're not just like picking on you. It's just.
Which property was that?
Well, Commissioner Decker was.
The Black House.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Further down.
that's really
Right down
just
the
one
street.
example.
That's what we're talking
That's
Very
really,
similar garage addition.
Right.
Yeah.
yeah,
Personally, I think it was your project.
Yeah.
It's a 3-window wide property.
Yeah. We don't like to mention names or addresses, but yeah.
But I think I know.
The historic part of that house.
It's already
was
mentioned. It's
beautifully restored.
yeah.
But the historic house itself for that property is 3 windows wide.
Yeah.
The garage is actually deeper than the house.
But it's lost its contributing status.
that-
That's our
yeah,
point.
yeah.
But I mean, I think one of the things,
I agree, Doctor, but we're concerned about, loss of contributing status.
now, one of the things you should realize, because the standards make this true, and that is, when you have a contributing property, key contributing property, there are going to be limitations to the sizes of additions you can make. And that's just so when you proceed to take the size of a contributing property and design an addition, you face those limitations inherent in the standards. It doesn't let you do what you want to do with full freedom. So what should have resulted here is an application with a much smaller addition, 2-car garage, detached garage, but something that does not jeopardize the status that we've all been talking about.
So we were very concerned that you would receive the response you're receiving this evening, as we mentioned. I do believe, however, there might be a solution to this.
We're all ears for that.
So this would be just one way to propose a reconciliation of what you're trying to activate and what you're hearing is being heavily restrained. In other words, if we were to vote on this tonight, it's very clear that you would not be approved. So there would be 2 things that you would need to consider giving up. Nothing functionally with what I'm about to show you. But if you thought of the garage as a totally detached structure, it means that you would have to put a coat on in the wintertime to go outside to get to the garage. If you would be willing to do that and be willing to put over the 3rd garage that balcony deck to look out over the meadow, which I certainly would want to have that as well, is one of the things we talked about in the review committee that you chose not to do, by the way. But I just did a little, so it's hard to see, but I'm trying to show you what would happen if you got rid of that. In other words, the house ended up being exactly what's already approved. And the garage is a garage addition that's built exactly as you have, but that way you don't even need the 2-story stair tower, which is a huge amount of which is a huge amount of square footage. And the area that you had in the breezeway for the media room, the office, and the bar could actually be in the footprint of what was the stair tower, which means that this would be a totally separate structure. Again, though, I wouldn't make it a three-bay garage that full height, because that would be, again, bigger than the house itself, which our standards specifically do not allow. So I'm just wondering if this is something that you might considered, it would still provide you with all the functional area you're looking for, just reconfigured as a separate structure.
John, including this media room and bar in the garage?
So the office, basically, he said he wanted an office near his garage.
Okay, but he can't have plumbing in the garage.
We actually
You
had,
can have an office, as long as there's not plumbing.
Can have electric.
Oh, that's not permitted?
Mm-mm.
not anymore. We actually, that was our original concept. But
The way that.
like I said, the interpretation of how zoning looks at it changed because we've been working on this project for almost 3 years. And what we did 2 years ago, Bruce reviewed and would have gave us a preliminary review, but basically told us he would have approved it 2 years ago. In that time, when we went to resubmit it, he said the interpretation has changed on how zoning looks at accessory buildings
If
and
it's
how
an
they're
office, it can be a bedroom. That's the way that zoning and the zoning.
Even if there's no plumbing.
Yes, that's the current interpretation.
So let me ask you this.
exactly what we went through.
All right, so,
That's why they, forgive the expression, Frankenstein this thing. To
Understand.
get the use out of it and to connect the
I get
garage.
it.
Which is fine. I honestly don't want the bridge or the connection.
All right, well, so,
This was insistent, it has to be a living.
but let me ask, no, I get that. So let me ask you this. So, all right, so watch what happens. If we take the functions of the media room, bar, and office and make them a small addition to the house, it just means that all this goes away. And it makes a smaller addition to the house, and it actually makes the mass of the garage function. It's literally a 3-car garage that's a separate structure. There's no other function in it, other than the balcony to sit and look out over the meadow, which is something you'd like to do, which means that it would be a much smaller addition to the existing house. It would actually be completely subordinate because it wouldn't need to be 2 stories. It would also be small enough such that the addition to the house would be smaller than the existing house, and it's essentially 2 separate buildings.
And we investigated doing exactly that.
Yeah.
The only problem with that is when you have an accessory building.
Yep.
As opposed to a garage that's attached, you then have accessory setbacks. The height is limited to 18 feet, and you can only be a maximum of 30 by 30 for a detached garage in Cape May. Unless we go to the zoning board and seek a variance for it, but
Well, maybe that's what you have to do. What I'm saying is, I think what you're hearing from this board is that, and it's really interesting, you said you didn't really want the breezeway anyway, but you're being forced to it, you're being forced to it, right? You're being forced to do it because of a zoning constraint, right?
I'm
Yeah.
trying to find that balance.
We just wanted to do a-
Trying to live in the like none of that.
That's all I'm trying to explore with you guys, is
we
what's
just wanted a
what's
pergola,
reconcile
and they
here?
told us that, nope, you can't do that anymore, because you can't go from habitable, a breezeway, back to habitable. All the habitable area has to be together, and accessory can all be
So
together.
would it
but
be
it can't.
acceptable to have all the habitable area as an addition to the house and have the 3-car garage be a separate structure, notwithstanding the limitations of the size of what an accessory building can be? We'll come back to that. Is that acceptable functionally?
Or, and add to that, maybe there's a scenario that breaks this up, that still complies with zoning, so that maybe you don't have to seek relief. I don't know what the constraints are, but maybe there's
Yeah.
a way. That's what this package is meant to do. You're trying to fit all this so that you don't have to go to the board for relief, but maybe there's a scenario that potentially makes the HPC happy, that avoids a trip to the zoning board too.
Right.
And we're more than open to that.
That's what I'm seeking, actually.
Adam, and like, we're concerned about it limited to 18 feet, but there is no second floor over the garage, right? It's just open like it's like
Correct.
an open ceiling. So does it really matter if it has to come down a little bit? Just as a garage.
18 feet is really not the issue. It's more the 30 by 30.
Yeah.
Because it's just not that, it's only 900 square feet. That was more the problem than the height, not so much. But it was more the limited to 900 square
Here's
feet.
what's interesting. If it's the 30 by 30 is the 2-car garage without the stair. Can you do 2 accessory buildings and have,
I don't believe they allow you to do 2 garages. We could do an accessory building and a shed, but you can't, I'm sorry, you could do a garage and a shed, as I've done that before on other properties, but you cannot have, I don't believe you can have two detached garages. You can have an attached garage and a detached garage, but you can't build two garages.
Would it, if the third bay had a much lower ceiling and looked a little more cottagey and we put Dutch doors or something? I mean,
Or-
would that appeal to HPC?
Well, so I think that's what I was proposing, is that third bay would actually be a flat roof that you would have your deck on top to look out over the meadow.
Would that look pretty though?
So we,
Oh, I think it'd be actually quite nice. Because what it would also do is it would scale it down from the house to the garage, to the lower part of the garage, just like you were trying to do across the longer length. But what it would mean, I mean, thing you'd have to give up.
I'm not opposed to this, but I don't know that the connection will removing the connection.
so we
will
actually
go
talked,
to
we
Bruce.
talked about doing that, but on the patio back here, you were gonna put like your outdoor kitchen. The outdoor kitchen would have to go here, and then this deck could move on top of the third bay of the garage. That's one of the things we talked
So
about.
really, the biggest thing you're giving up is being able to move from your house to garage without going outside. If you could live with that, it sounds like the only thing that's limiting you is the zoning square footage of how big a garage can be. And I don't know what zoning would say about this, but you have a very oversized lot. Maybe they would consider a variance given this particular situation.
Sometimes, though, that's based on the smallness of the lot in terms of it being a hardship. But one thing I could add, and that is, and I'm sorry, but I really think we spent an awful lot of time redesigning here and suggesting. But I do think that if you come away from this board with something that even results in a conceptual approval, and you have to go and talk to another board like zoning, the fact that the HPC has given you a conceptual approval is a feather in your cap toward obtaining your variance. So that may be one potential route, but I don't want to spend the night here
No, we
redesigning.
we
this
appreciate
project.
everybody's time, and we can definitely come back to a Tuesday morning meeting when it's more appropriate.
Is that we table this. And that.
Excellent suggestion.
Can I make a couple comments? On HPC 2, you've got existing first floor plan and proposed first floor plan, so that's 2 and 5. So the existing is the way the house is now without any additions on it?
Correct.
And on the bottom is the proposed first floor plan?
So what you're looking at on HPC 2
Yeah.
is kind of what was already approved in the December 2025. So
understand
I
that.
would almost, we don't necessarily, we need to revisit it. That's as approved already.
I mean, you could consider, amending your plan
Oh.
to include your media room and your office. You could, and come back for another resolution if you want, if you choose, if you need those spaces and you really want them. I mean, there's a way to make your addition.
That's what's been, that's what John
They are?
suggested.
Okay.
Break
I mean,
that.
this needs a lot of rethink,
Right.
and
Does.
tabling it now is the way I think we come off tonight, and letting the rethinking take place.
So I think the direction that you're hearing that for you to consider is, first of all, what was being proposed, which is what we kind of suspected would not be approved by at least 4 members who are voting up here tonight. Second is the occupiable space that is accommodated currently in the breezeway could be an amendment as an addition to the house itself. Third, that the garage, just for talking purposes, is a totally separate structure. How you deal with zoning about that is not our purview.
Right.
But what is our
just telling you
purview
how
is that
what
that
got
would
us here.
probably be acceptable to us, which would get you the functions you're looking for, and likely, as Mr. Testa said, position you with zoning as something that at least HBC would find acceptable if you could present to us a scheme that would do that.
100%.
I was going to say zoning usually thinks in terms of, does HPC have they granted conceptual approval?
Correct.
I think if we're talking about a three bay carriage house, let's call it that, in the back, separate from the house, I would say you have I'm
To be totally
speculating.
honest with everybody, it's really just a timing issue because we're trying to get this project to be able to be complete, and that ties us up for.
Well, I think that's what Judy is suggesting, that if you want to get those additional functions in your addition that's under construction right now, that you think of the garage as a separate project, right? And you could at least get those functions in your addition by amending your current plan.
Right.
Which we could probably approve pretty quickly.
And I would also point out, there are 3-car garages in Cape May. There's one I
are.
can think of right on Madison. There's another one just like, I think the first house off.
Maybe there's a way to fit those additional spaces that he's looking for without having to get relief from the board. Like, I just don't know what
I really don't need an office at all, in the whole house, garage or not. I don't need it.
But do you need a bar and a media room?
No, I don't. I really don't.
So all those
That was a
functions,
statement.
I need a bar.
You can remove the whole, I
So
don't
the,
need anything.
the
except
only
red.
problem is
I
the
can
size of
live-
the garage.
about the
That's,
garage.
that's our only issue.
you added those 3 functions just to put something habitable in the
Well,
breezeway.
you had to, right?
It sounds
And a
like he's
two-story
trying- he's
stair.
trying to-
In order to get the blessing of zoning, we had to do it that way.
All right, so basically, the fundamental shift of thinking, strategy, is the garage is a separate structure. That's what you would have to come to grips with.
It's limited to 900 square feet, or we go
Let's
for
have a
the
motion.
board and ask for an oversized garage, which hopefully we'd go with the blessing of the HPC saying the approval will come back.
Okay,
obviously.
so what I'd like to move is that we table this project, but we need an acceptance from you.
Need the applicant to acknowledge waiver of the time for decision so that.
I think we kind of have to. So.
I second your motion.
Okay, so motion on the table is to table the project. Moved by Mr. Becker, seconded by Mr. Carroll. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Pasagno?
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson? Ms. Decker?
Yes.
Mr. Hammerand?
Yes.
Mr. Testa?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
We appreciate everybody's time and comments. Thank you for taking so much time with us.
Well, no, I think, thank you for considering alternative approaches.
We'll be back to see you on Tuesday morning.
Sure you will. Okay. Any other public comment from anybody else in the auditorium, which there's nobody here? Okay. So guys, a couple of things for discussion purposes. Number one, and I think we can do this fairly quickly. I had sent out an email to everybody on July 6th that had an update about what Judy and I discussed with Paul Dietrich about getting the property surveys done and hiring an architectural historian to do that in the name of Stephen Smolin. That discussion resulted in a suggestion from Paul that we simply ask for a proposal from Stephen to become a consultant to us on an as-needed basis. Hence, he provided us a proposal which is dated July 6th, which I forwarded to all of you to review. Did you get a chance to review that? The question is, do you think this is a viable and worthwhile approach that we can recommend to Paul to recommend to city council? So that's what we're asking for this evening.
Just,
Do I
just,
have a motion?
just before you do.
Yep.
And that proposal results in a relationship that's terminable at will? It's not a fixed term, right? It's
Professional services agreement that's just on a year-to-year basis.
so it does have a term.
Yes, it's an annual professional
But,
services.
but the
Suppose-
the services are as needed.
Yeah.
So.
Right. And I'm not, I really don't want to suggest that Stephen would produce things that we didn't like. I just wanted to figure out what our rights were vis-à-vis terminating if we had to.
Yes.
It would be,
I guess you just
the
would,
January meeting.
if you weren't satisfied with the services, you just wouldn't ask for any more of them.
Correct.
Okay.
And just for the record here, this is already on council's agenda for tomorrow for adoption, so. After
I guess it might be
Good thing we
important to work on it
Well,
tonight.
obviously, the idea was that we would discuss tonight, and we can report tomorrow that it was,
Council would be
recommended.
giving us a consultant we didn't want.
Or not?
Well,
Not
pretty soon
necessarily,
it'll be
but
tomorrow.
we can, it would be good to have the HPC's endorsement of that.
Okay, so I would like to propose a motion to approve Stephen Smolin's proposal for professional services through 2026.
I'll second that.
Okay, moved by Mr. Becker, seconded by Ms. Decker. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Pasagno?
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson?
Yes.
Ms. Decker?
Yes.
Mr. Hammerand?
Yes.
Mr. Testa?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes. Okay, we have an alignment workshop scheduled for 10 to 2 here in this very room on July 30th. What I handed out to all of you at the beginning of our meeting was a detailed first page of an agenda. This is just simply in our standard format of what's the purpose of this workshop? What are the products we're trying to achieve functionally, being state and will creation? I will now take and write an agenda with time slots for the 4 hours to address all of these bullet points, which were the ones that emerged out of the documents that I asked all of you to give me that I've been collecting for a year about what do we need to do with our standards that we've learned to make modifications as we move forward. And guess what? We can ask Stephen to write the language for it because, right? So, this works out pretty well. So I just wanted everybody to take a look at this. I don't need an answer right now, but if you would please take a look at it. If you have any other comments or bullet points you'd like to add, let me know by the end of this week so I can get it in the agenda for next week. Does that make sense? I also want to point out that that's not going to be the agenda that we make officially because this is way too detailed. I would like you to review that, see if that looks like a reasonable agenda to have us publish. And when does that need to be published?
At least 48 hours before, and it's electronic notice now, so it's a lot easier.
Okay. You want me to forward this to you?
Yeah, no, if this is the skeleton of what we're talking about, this is fine.
So you have a week.
I'll forward it to you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, next, signage task force update. This is pretty cool. As you know, we have a uniform city signage task force composed of 4 of us from this table, including Lorraine as our liaison with City Council, Paul Dietrich, Curtis Bashaw, and Eric from DPW. Did I get everybody? We've had, I believe, 5 meetings since the beginning of the year. What we are creating is what I'll call an appendix to our historic design standards specifically for city-produced signage. There was a resolution that was approved by City Council for us to do that. We've written a second resolution to bring before City Council, which outlines the content of that appendix, which essentially identifies 4 primary signage types or categories with a bunch of signage types under each of those, and then 6 characteristics for each of those signage types, like font, size, configuration, location, illumination, all that sort of stuff, that we have written about 50% of to date. By the end of August, by the end of August, we should have 100% draft of it for everybody here to review. Say it again?
The end of July is quite
It
close
was
upon us.
August. Yeah, it was August. Yeah. We're almost, yeah,
We were supposed to get the first draft back.
correct. Right. So you saw what we have 50% even without your bit. So the idea here, guys, is what our subcommittee, which is the 4 of us, is working on, is creating this draft that we would like to present to all of you after the 30th of August to get your nod, that we can then present to the City Uniform Task Force for their nod, that we could then take to City Council as the content of this appendix with the resolution for what the content should be to get approved by City Council. Does that all make sense?
It's a lot of nodding, but it makes sense.
Any comments, thoughts, requests, complaints?
Did my link work? Okay, if you want, we can sit down and go over it.
So I sent you a Word. So the latest
What did
version
you
is all in Word. I sent that to you.
Link to mine, because I revised and I added.
Okay, so
And I did mine.
Thank you again.
it's a Word file. Okay, so here's the thing. If you can't open that Word file, send me an email. I'll send you a Word file and you can do all your work in track changes format. I've done everything in Word also. So if you have it in track changes format, just send me that.
You can do compares, you can do.
And I can merge the 2 documents. Cool, that's great. All right. And then lastly, Lorraine and I spent a lovely afternoon together couple weeks ago. Well, I guess it was last week when it was super hot. Super hot. Here's what we were looking at. You may recall that we had talked about creating a National Historic Landmark District plaque of some sort upon entering Cape May from Skellinger Landing, right? And then we realized that, wait a minute, that should have limited language on it because you're driving. It should basically say, welcome to Cape May, National Historic Landmark District, 1976. Done, right? Hence, 2 plaques, one at each end of the mall. And the more we looked at that, what we're probably going to propose in the uniform standards is in that triangle of planted area coming across the bridge would be a stone monument with a bronze plaque applied to it that would be more horizontal than vertical, not something on a pole. That would actually be able to have landscaping in front of it and be illuminated with the lighting hidden in the landscaping. So that's what we think it'd be, like a beautiful, permanent, solid monument, right?
Well, if you're in charge of the,
Upon entering
if you're in
Cape May.
charge of the casting, I know it'll be significant.
And then doing the same thing at the mall, but slightly different in that the existing sign that's at the Congress Hall end of the mall now, remove that, put it somewhere else, or do something different with it, but use that planter that they built for that to put a similar stone monument with a bronze plaque that had the additional language that was originally intended for the main plaque that was given to us, never actually given to us, but proposed to be given to us by the Secretary of Interior folks, Department of Interior. And to do exactly the same thing at the Ocean Street entrance to the Washington Street Mall by building a new planter behind the flagpole. There's a flagpole on either end. So that's what we're proposing. I just wanted to float that out for folks to think about, and we'll have a proposal to show you at some point in the future.
Most historic districts say, welcome to the, Brunswick Historic, entering the Brunswick Historic District. But here we have, a National Historic Landmark District. So I think that sounds lovely with the lighting.
In all cases, it'll have the seal of the city of Cape May on it. I mean, it would be nice. That's all I have. Any other comments, questions, or things you'd like to raise for discussion?
I move we adjourn.
So moved.